Brock party. Never, ever said anything like that.
Okay. Dak is back and still whack. Shout out to Dante Whitner.
I'm going to have to go with Landry on this one.
7-6. Here we go. So this one was Sunday Night Football. Packers at Raiders. You saw Josh McDaniels once again kicking the field goal instead of going for the win. Now, he was able to end up winning the game. Go ahead, Lopez.
That was a long explanation.
I was just telling you what happened in the game.
Because it has something to do with... All right, here's mine. Where has all the love gone?
What?
Where has all the love gone?
Is that a quote? Do you have your headline?
No, that's it. Where has all the love gone? Yeah.
That was it?
That's it. That's a good one.
Well, I'm about to prove you wrong with the rhymes too. No risk it, still a biscuit.
Oh, brother.
No risk it, still a biscuit.
Jordan Love was awful. That's the story.
But Josh McDaniels was gutless, and he still got a win.
The story
no
was
risk
Jordan
it,
Love.
Still biscuits.
Where has all the love gone? He was getting all the love early in the season. Where has all the love gone?
It's been terrible the last couple weeks.
Yes, but he was getting a lot of love early in the season.
Okay.
I'm going to have to go with Landry on this one.
Another W, 8-6.
I felt like you could have did a little more with the love part.
8-6, baby.
You have to talk about the story.
8-6, baby.
See, my problem is I'm too
I feel like that was a little bit.
journalism.
I felt like that was a little bit short, though. A little bit vague.
Lopez is washed on this now.
Oh,
That's headline showdown. That's 2 in a row.
you getting Figgy's head is what you do.
That's 2 in a row.
I ain't paying attention to none of y'all, man.
Hey. Damn, homie. In high school, you was the man, homie.
Oh.
So, Reaction Mondays used to have kind of a different feel before this season, like when it came to the Texans. Like, you don't feel like you're not sticking your chest out too much, but you feel a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
I've always gotten a kick out of just how different people, like, approach their... You know how there's people that are online and whenever something happens, they want to, like, stick their chest out and just let people know what's up in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
This dude put a post up yesterday, and I won't out him. I won't say his name. It's not anyone we know. It's just I think it's just a listener / whatever. But he put this post out, and this might be the most, like, everybody sucks except me Reaction Monday post I've ever seen in my life.
What did he do?
All right. So this was after the Texans lost to the Falcons. This is what the guy said. The following quote. And he got some reaction on it. This is why you don't get ahead of yourself making playoff predictions. CJ is special, but he's still a rookie, and we need to be glad he is here and give him time. All you doom and gloom guys, give it a rest. So this guy's basically saying, screw you if you were overly optimistic and screw you if you're negative. Why don't you just say, I'm better than everybody?
What am I supposed to be then? I feel very strongly both ways. Should I just be right down the middle?
He went online and he's basically
like
screw all you
Switzerland?
guys for talking about the playoffs and screw all you people who are doom and gloom.
Yeah.
So basically, why don't you just say
Just watch the games, guy.
Why didn't you just put 2 words, screw everybody? You could have saved
Just
yourself
say
a lot
F
of
the
time.
world
You
at
can't
this
Just say
point.
I'm the
You
best.
can't take one side or the other. You got to be Switzerland in this thing. Every day. And who predicted playoffs? We said, yeah, it's on the table.
Of course, it's still on the table.
Yeah, it's still on the table.
You're one of, you're right there on the fringe. 15 teams have records above 500. 15 teams have records below 500. Man, you're really depressed about this loss.
I could give 2 bleeps.
This used to be your thing, though, man.
But see, you're making something out of nothing there, too. You know this stuff doesn't bother me.
No, but I feel like your penmanship's dying.
Well, penmanship is how you write, but no, I feel like I'm capturing the story too much, and you're just being too cutesy.
No,
you have to explain every headline. My headline explains itself. I'm just saying.
No, I'm explaining it to you because obviously you didn't know because you're just saying.
No.
Like if the Cowboys win next week, the star is upon us or something like that. Like it's. I just felt like I told the story.
Yeah.
The results speak for themselves.
Yeah, the results.
I don't even know why I'm talking.
The results do speak for themselves. Especially after about a 2-paragraph explanation of what your headline is going to say. Whereas mine, you read the headline, you know what happened. I think I'm too old school in terms of like what the newspaper headline is supposed to say. But it doesn't bother me. I get it.
Falcons made a trade, by the way. Mm-hmm. They needed more guys that could catch the ball.
What's his name?
Van Jefferson.
Van Jefferson, yeah.
From the Rams. The Rams trade Van Jefferson.
Well, they don't need him anymore. The Rams don't need him anymore. And he really didn't play that well when Cooper Kupp was out.
Well, did the Falcons need more guys, I guess? Yeah.
I suppose they did.
It was just a swap of draft picks. So
that's cool.
There you go.
You still have me thinking. I was thinking about this again in the last break or break before. Like, who is a running back out there? Are there any?
That the Texans could trade for?
Like, if that's the issue, if he keeps talking about pointing the finger, so to speak, at Dameon Pierce, and I think Devin Singletary needs to get more touches. That's going to be, I'm telling you right now, I start to really, really focus on the next game on Wednesday. That's going to be a big focus of if Singletary is going to get more touches. We're going to see what happens at practice, et cetera. Although they won't.
How about Antonio Gibson? I don't know. Does Washington, do they like Brian Robinson? Do they like Antonio Gibson?
Who doesn't love Gibson?
I mean, maybe Antonio Gibson's the one to go to.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
there's not much there.
No. I mean, the Texans, hopefully Dameon Pierce just figures it out and does what he's got to do.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I do think it's funny when, like, the Eagles trade for DeAndre Swift when they probably didn't need to.
No. And Figgy mentioned Saquon earlier.
Yeah, he's staying.
He's a quick.
I know he got paid, but it was like just an extra 1 year deal, though, right?
Yeah, it wasn't outrageous.
And they ain't looking too good right now.
Mm-hmm. No, they're looking terrible. Completely terrible. And they invested the 4 years in Daniel Jones, which was really whack.
Yeah, so if you could trade for him, maybe pay him.
But to me, it would be awesome and it would be better. But it's also
a young guy.
It's also a quick fix. Yeah,
it's
a quick fix.
Figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious. Would you like to know that's around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 16? Could I interest you in a lineup for the Astros?
Oh, we have it.
We have it.
Let's hear it.
Courtesy of our guy Adam Spillane. Jose Altuve batting leadoff, playing second. Alex Bregman playing third, batting second.
Mm-hmm.
Then Alvarez left field. Then Tucker right field. Then Abreu first base. Then Yanier Diaz at DH. Then Mauricio Dubon in center field.
Oh, wow.
Jeremy Pena at shortstop and Martin Maldonado at catcher. So Chas McCormick not in the lineup, and the reason is, I guess, because he's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts against Sonny Gray.
Now do Martin Maldonado.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Now do Martin Maldonado.
So Chas McCormick, because so we look at a small sample size of 3 at bats, and now all of a sudden I hope they lose. No, I'm serious. I hope they lose.
My confidence
I really hope
is
they
nothing.
lose.
Like
I'm tired of this.
If Dusty's saying, well,
go ahead, call me a slime ball, whatever. I'm tired. I'm tired of this.
You just lost a listener, man.
I'm sorry.
I'm switching the music.
I'm sorry. This is
if Dusty wants us to take serious his reasoning here. Well, McCormick's 0 for 3 against Sonny Gray. Let's look at Maldonado's numbers here. I think he's got many more at bats, but I think he's batting like 190, 180, something like that against Sonny Gray. And, oh, by the way, you're keeping Brantley out, who has the highest OPS against Sonny Gray? Like, you can't have it both ways, man.
I guess Dubon's fine. It's maddening that Diaz has to play DH just to get in the lineup, and Brantley's out. And, by the way, Brantley has the best batting average. This is unbelievable what Dusty's doing here.
How about that? How about
get bailed out by talent? This sucks.
How about even the?
I don't hope they lose. I'm just kidding.
How about the Fox? How about the Fox commentators? He hadn't been his favorite guy, McCormick. They said it on the air. McCormick has not been Dusty's favorite guy. I mean, it's everywhere. It's like this guy is. It's like a personal thing. Who do you like? Is he Maldonado's the teacher's pet?
This is insane. This is insane. Chas McCormick is battle tested. He's been there before. Like all this. Like the other thing is like you could if you play Diaz at catcher, then you can figure out. Well, do we want to get Dubon in the lineup? Do we want to get Brantley in the lineup? Like we can figure it out. Like you're literally handcuffing yourself.
Yeah,
you're handcuffing yourself.
My thing is not so much McCormick versus Dubon, whatever. I think that's, if that's what he wants to argue, fine. But you can't make that argument there and say it doesn't apply elsewhere because Martin Maldonado is awful and he's bad against
everything.
And he's bad against Sonny Gray.
And he's not, and he didn't catch Javier last year when he was awesome at catch in the postseason.
Yeah.
So it's not like a situation where you just have to put him out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's insanity. I don't hope they lose, but damn, like what are we doing here? Like what is going on? Like is this just a haha I can do it? I don't know. It's frustrating.
Yes, it is.
We'll see what happens though. Hopefully they get the dub. But man, it's a lot. Coming up, internet going nuts. The Texas Rangers. If you needed more reason to hate them, I got the treat for you next.
After a last-second loss to the Falcons.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Next chance to win tickets to the game on Sunday coming up with The Drive. You're upset.
I got the internet going nuts.
Let's go right off the top here with the news of the day. And yes, I am. Chaz McCormick not starting. We knew the other nonsense that was going on. Justifying Maldonado, Yonner at DH, benching Michael Brantley. None of that makes sense. This makes even less. If I were Chaz McCormick, I'd be throwing crap in the clubhouse. I don't care if it's a playoff game or whatever else. How many times has Chaz McCormick saved this team's butt? And how many times has he come through with big hits? And you're saying, Dusty, he's not going to start because he's 0 for 3? 0 for 3? 3 at-bats? That's fewer than you get in a game sometimes.
The way that you like
against Sonny Gray, by the way.
Chaz McCormick thinks that Dusty Baker hates him. Like many people who
the
cover the
announcers
team have
said it. Finally, they finally said it.
Many people who cover the team have said this. Like it's known. I know Dusty denies it. Chaz McCormick thinks it. He's told it to multiple people.
Yeah.
Okay. So the way that you tell if someone dislikes you is if they give you a different set of rules that they give someone else when it's not necessary.
This is the definition of that.
Martin Maldonado is one of the worst hitters in baseball. He is out there. Why? So he can catch Christian Javier. Christian Javier was not throwing to Martin Maldonado last year when he was good in the postseason. He wasn't doing that. Michael Brantley has had the most success against Gray. He's on the pine. So now all of a sudden you're just finding reasons to get Chaz McCormick out of there. I don't get it. I think it's strange. I hope they're able to overcome it, but it just makes no sense.
It makes zero sense. And for some reason, this upsets me more than all the other stuff I just mentioned, only because it's like you're playing two different sets of rules here. Like if it applies, if 0 for 3, and that's also very mind-blowing. Well, he's 0 for 3 against Sonny Gray. Okay. Not 30, 3. And yet you're trotting Maldonado out there again and again and again and again at the expense of your catcher depth, at the expense of Michael Brantley, maybe at the expense of your team. And I'll just say this, I'll couch it one more time.
The problem is, though, if you have to pinch hit Martin Maldonado, that's where you could run into some real issues.
That's what I'm saying, at the expense of your catching duties and how you play it. It's very, very upsetting.
I got the internet going nuts.
Rangers, meanwhile, somehow they're one game away from the ALCS. They look dead. Anyone who says they believed is lying. They covered the squad. Apparently, they've been listening to Creed in the clubhouse to get hyped for games. It started when they were struggling in the second half of the season, and they're hoping that Creed is playing throughout the ballpark before their home games starting tonight. Good Lord.
I'm telling you, man.
You know how many bad radio bits there have been because of this in Dallas?
Like what?
I mean, Creed, singing Creed and all that. This is bad. It's a bad look.
Is it?
It's a bad look.
Why?
Creed? Like, what are we doing?
It's popular.
You a Creed fan?
It's popular.
When?
I mean, they're pretty popular.
A long time ago.
Well, yeah. I mean, but that's what baseball does, though. They bring back all these.
We're just being goofy.
Yeah.
Okay.
To answer your question, yes.
I got the internet going nuts.
Deshaun Watson, man. Like, there's a headline in Cleveland right now, and I think it says it all. Nobody seems to know how to talk about Deshaun Watson's shoulder. Like, this is wild. This is the epitome of a dude, and we said this recently, and I completely buy it. Like P.J. Walker now, instead of DTR, is being talked about starting instead of Deshaun Watson. But this is the epitome of a dude that says all the right things, fake, does all the right things, fake, gets paid, and is no longer fake, just kind of checks out and says, I got my money. Like they say it's a bruised elbow or shoulder.
He was cleared.
And he was cleared. And
some people say, well, if you're cleared, it doesn't matter. Yeah, for sure. That's true. I mean,
but they weren't sure if he was going to play on this past Sunday.
Yeah. But, I mean, this is also the guy who, took a bus to Jacksonville. So it goes back to kind of like it's just not the same Deshaun that we grew up with.
Man, you've changed.
Yeah.
I mean, Deshaun, you've changed. Yeah. Or maybe you never changed. You just hit it, Like they're lost in Cleveland right now with Deshaun Watson.
Very much so.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Cowboys got thumped by the 49ers by 32 points. Micah Parsons, after the game, he was doing his podcast. By the way, he ain't Draymond Green. The more Draymond talks, the more you might kind of like him. Micah Parsons is the complete opposite. Goodness gracious, this guy. Listen to Micah Parsons talking about George Kittle. George Kittle lifted up his jersey and held up and there was a F Dallas T-shirt.
I thought that was fine.
It's traditional.
I thought that was fine.
The 49ers did it in the 90s.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things, not that big of a deal. Here was Micah Parsons' reaction to it.
3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool.
Hey, you've lost to them in the playoffs the last 2 years, sir. It should have already been personal. Here's Deebo Samuel of the San Francisco 49ers reacting to what Micah Parsons said. He was on with Kay Adams.
It was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10, I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Okay. Wow, Deebo.
I don't know what we trust.
Micah, Deebo. I don't know what to say. I'm getting uncomfortable.
I don't know what we trust. We trust, laugh now, cry later. I don't think you want to see us again.
Laugh now, cry later was the one I was trying to remember. And by the way, you got
personal. He says F Dallas like he's talking about football. Like Micah, come on.
That? Whether it's Dallas or somebody
he is
else.
the biggest trash talker, competitor guy there is, and now it's like he's come on, dude.
Yeah,
get over it.
That was a whole lot of nothing.
Just go take a nap and get some get ready for the next game. You looked a little bit nicked up. Go in the ice bath. Stay off the damn podcast. Goodness gracious.
Yeah,
he made it personal.
And first of all, you got to make the playoffs too.
Oh wow!
You got to make the playoffs also.
I got the internet going nuts.
Cancel Joe Buck. He called a sideline reporter babe. Did you hear this?
I did not.
A little note about our football family. Want to give a huge shout out to our beloved producer, Greg Shapiro, and his rock star wife, Sam. They welcomed a beautiful baby girl into the world this morning. Sweet Riley Claire. Welcome to the family. He sent me a text earlier today and said, arrived just in time to watch Monday Night Countdown. Joe.
Good job, babe.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah. Riley's already asleep.
And she said, thanks, babe. Of course, it's his wife.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, Michelle.
How long has his wife been broadcasting?
She stepped in. She's been a broadcaster, I think, maybe at the local level or somewhere. But she stepped in because Scott Van Pelt lost his voice for the Monday Night Countdown. Michelle Biesner-Buck, and so he goes, "Thanks, babe."
So,
good job, babe.
So she filled it, she did all of SportsCenter and everything?
No, she did the Monday Night Countdown aspect of it.
But not, I was going to say, if she just stepped in and did the Scott Van Pelt SportsCenter thing, good.
No.
Lord, that's a hell of a fill-in right there.
But it's like, oh, wait a minute, he called her babe. Oh, that's right, they're married. And, of course, she said, thanks, babe. I thought that was pretty cool.
I got the internet going nuts.
So it's been trending for a couple of days. Drake is annoying the hell out of me.
Yeah,
honestly.
What's going on here? I've just seen the tweets. Explain it.
So he released an album, and
for all the dogs.
Is that what it's called?
Yep.
Joe Budden, who's the top guy in the podcast game, I would say he's up there. It's him, $1 million. He's up there. He's been Drake's biggest fan for a long time. He puts him Tupac, Biggie. He puts Drake up there.
Okay.
It's his guy.
Yeah.
He didn't like the album. He thought the album sucked. He thinks Drake is a 37-year-old who's trying to rap for 20-year-olds, and he hasn't seen any growth in a guy that he considers the GOAT. He makes it clear I have different standards for Drake, and he criticized the album. Now all of a sudden you have Birdman and Whack, two guys who are basically they run the territories. They're basically saying
they run the
they're
territories?
going to catch him in traffic or something like that.
God.
You have Drake saying that Joe Budden's just a bitter loser, but you weren't saying that when he was defending you. Can the top voice in the podcast game not think that an album sucks? Like, what is going on? Like,
can you have an opinion?
I thought maybe he said something crazy, but he just simply said he didn't like the album and he went into depth on it. What is with these people? Like, what is with like some of the, like sometimes whenever
I don't like your album. Well, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, but you're the GOAT. Oh, shout out to Joe Biden. I used to listen to you, blah, blah, blah. It's like you're okay with the praise, but then when the criticism comes, it's like something so deep. Like, it's personal.
Yeah.
It's personal. Come on.
I'd heard, like, I didn't dig in, and I heard you guys talking about it.
He just didn't like the
album.
album.
I saw some things. What's wrong with that? That's called regular old commentary.
Hey, that's like 95% of rappers in this day and age.
You can't say one bad thing.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you talk good about the album, they don't come on your show. They don't say salute or nothing like that. But as soon as you say something like, the album was mid, then you get a long post.
Man.
He called him a failed rapper and all type of stuff. It's just like, damn. Just because I ain't like the album.
But there's videos of him saying he used to listen to him.
Have either of you heard this album?
He has. I haven't.
I did.
And?
I'm
not interested.
It's not. This album ain't for all the dogs. This album for all the pups.
What's wrong? So you did try to like channel.
I tried to listen to it. I went in with an open mind, but to me, it was the same typical Drake type of album. A lot of R&B. A lot of singing, the songs was kind of mid. I don't know. I just
think it's weird when athletes and
it's very
entertainers
weird.
And stuff, they go that they're okay with like all the love and stuff, and then all of a sudden it's like basically Joe Budden is like something like has to basically don't let me catch you outside.
Come
Why?
on,
Because I said it's a whack ass album.
That's a threat. I mean, there's no other way to put that. That is a threat.
What is going on right here? Like, what is this? Like, can you not?
Yeah, I think Damian Pierce has not been the same guy that he was last year. Yeah, well, I'm going to kill you.
That's basically what Andre said about you. Andre said, are y'all going to be awkward in the press box or what?
Andre's my guy.
He said, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Maybe he is going to kill you.
Should I get a restraining order on Andre Ware?
I don't know. Does he have that same energy after this week?
It's a good question.
Interesting. It's just crazy, man. Yeah. It's not that serious. Like, it's personal because he said F Dallas. He's talking about y'all's football game, the team that's whooped up on y'all.
Yeah.
Nonstop. It ain't that serious. That's the internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, were the Texans saved by a meddling owner? Plus, what in the heck is going on with the best team in town? That's next.
The Texans take on our neighbors from
SportsRadio610.com/JOY.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so this was Frank Reich talking about his relationship with Carolina Panthers owner Dave Tepper.
There's different philosophies in ownership. You know what I mean? Some owners kind of stay away and don't engage a whole lot. Other owners do. And his philosophy is he's going to engage. And listen, it's only been a short experience, but it's been a really good experience. It hasn't been fun. You know, it's not fun. Those meetings aren't, I wouldn't characterize them as fun meetings. But those meetings make me better, and I trust they make us better.
Now, I bring this up because there's been a theory, well, you know, the Texans, luckily they beat the Indianapolis Colts and, you know, this happened and so on and so forth. But the thought right now is that Frank Reich is saying this because they wanted C.J. Stroud and Dave Tepper said, no, we're taking Bryce Young. Yeah. I don't know whether this is true or not. We did see Josh McCown saying, hey, when you come to Carolina, we're going to hoop. We saw all that and so on and so forth.
People were saying Frank Reich wasn't a fan of the shorter quarterbacks, too.
Yes.
That was kind of like a thing, too.
Yes, he liked the size.
So that was kind of like our 1% chance of Bryce dropping to us.
That was early on.
Yeah. So that's kind of the theory going on now, that maybe the Texans kind of benefited from, if you do believe that C.J. Stroud is better than Bryce Young, if that's where you're at, that they benefited from the owner stepping in and saying, nah, coach, we're taking Bryce.
I also think this is just, I mean, it's obvious. It's just a bad situation to have a young quarterback in. Like clearly Frank Reich is not all in with his relationship or how the dynamic from owner to general manager to head coach, because he flat out said it. I mean, this is very rare. Like, is it fun? No. Yeah, some owners like to stay away. He's all in. I mean, that's bad. That's bad alone. And then you throw in a rookie quarterback. Like, in the midst of all this, you got a rookie quarterback. Maybe he's questioning, did Frank Reich really want me? I mean, what was going on here? So it's just a whole bad thing.
It's kind of a crazy theory. Yeah. By the way, best team in town. Be on the field in a second. You want to get hype with the Astros fans and get the pulse of how Astros fans are feeling?
Let's go.
So the Astros just put out their lineup. No Chas McCormick. I guess he struck out a few times against Sonny Gray this year, 3 times.
No, I think it's 0 for 3.
Yeah, he's 0 for 3.
Yeah,
that's cool.
3 at bats.
So Dubon's going to play center field. No Michael Brantley. He has the best OPS.
Yeah.
He's on the bench for Yanier Diaz, who's going to play DH, and Martin Maldonado's at catcher. You want to just read some of the comments? The Astros tweeted this out, like some of the comments to get pumped for the game.
Oh, please do.
Let's go.
Let's get pumped. You ready?
Yeah, it's this is a big game, man.
Comment 1, we got this. Next comment, Dusty's getting fired for sure after this season. Next comment, Dusty is a clown. You take out Brantley, a DH, to DH a guy that could hit for your worst hitter by playing his position. Next one, what blackmail does Maldonado have on Dusty? You getting fired up? Next one, Brantley has the highest OPS against Gray on the Astros. By the way, next one, throwing out a midseason lineup in a must-win is crazy. Next one, picture of Dusty kissing Martin Maldonado and touching him on the stomach.
God.
Next one, Maldonado and Dusty will be the death of this team. Next one, Brantley has been great. I don't get it. It's the postseason. Next one, 0-0-0 in the 9 hole. Okay. Next one, thanks, I hate it.
Man.
Next one, no Chas or Brantley. Next one, why? Why Maldonado?
Why?
Next one, loss incoming.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to run through a wall.
Next one, where's Chas? We placed bets on this team.
Okay, well, that might be the best one yet.
Next one, just celebrate the fact that if we lose this round, Dusty is gone, I guess. Next one, I hate my life. Astros logo. Next one, 2 more games of Dusty Baker. God is good. Next one, can't wait for Baker to be gone next year. Next one, so the general consensus is Maldi and Dubon, Abreu out, and Brantley and Chaz in. Pretty much sums up my comment here. Next one, Dusty is a joke of a manager. Next one, WTF is this?
Man, where do I sign up?
Next one, we are beyond an unserious team.
And this is, hold on, this just to be clear, this is Astros tweeted this out. At Astros.
This is the Astros putting out the lineup, and this is their Astros. Like, here's the next one. H-Town Chris. H-Town Jason. Our awesome 180 hitting catcher is still in the lineup for much better hitters from the bench. SMH. Next one, Dubon in a must-win. LOL. Next one, no Brantley. Wow. Dusty would sit Jordan if it was the only way he could play Maldi. Insane. And I'm actually not even think that's...
Hey, man.
I don't
that's
even,
not even crazy.
I don't even think that's crazy.
Hold on.
Next one. I mean, you get the point.
Yes.
That is what Astros fans are saying.
Let's go. Like the kids like to say, let's go.
Really, though, what are we doing?
Yeah, really.
Really, what are we doing?
I was upset already, bothered, whatever you want to call it, with the Yanner Maldonado infatuation and then Brantley sitting. That set the standard for me. That is what Dusty talked about yesterday. He was going to play, that way. And then this happens.
What's going on?
Double standard is going on.
The other thing is, why bring it up yesterday too?
Yeah.
Aren't they like secretive? Why even tell the lineup?
They usually are.
I don't know what's going on.
But
here's what Dusty had to say about Dubon.
Mm-hmm. This got me going too.
Holy crap. Is this a real quote? This is Chandler Rome?
Mm-hmm.
Is it really the playoffs, or is this game 140?
This is the playoffs, man.
You're sure?
It's a very big playoff game.
You're positive?
I'm pretty positive.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're sure?
Well, now you got me doubting it, but I'm pretty positive. This is a playoff game.
This is a quote from Dusty.
Yeah.
Dubon hadn't played in a few days. McCormick played 11 games in a row, and he's struggling some. And I thought that Dubon was better potentially against Sonny Gray. He hasn't played in a few days.
You got to get your reps,
postseason.
man. You got to get your reps. Like T-ball, when the 14th and 15th batters always have to hit.
He hasn't played in a few days?
Yeah. I don't know if that makes it sound better or worse. He wanted it to make it sound better. Well, he hadn't played in a few days. Got to get him in there. Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's good or not.
And by the way, McCormick has 2 hits in the last 2 games.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's 0 for 3 against Sonny Gray.
Now do Maldi.
I mean, yeah.
No, now do Maldi.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other thing is, Christian Javier was awesome last year without Maldi. That's the thing that...
Well, as you said, he only caught him once.
Like, Dusty's just a liar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's
Well, I don't know about that. It's just a double
he's a liar.
It's a double standard.
Chaz McCormick has a hit. Chaz McCormick right now has a 2-game hitting streak in the postseason.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
He's gotten a hit in every game of the playoffs. I don't know what's going on here. This is, I mean, you can maybe win in spite of it. Dubon hasn't played in a few days.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm telling you, I haven't seen anything. We shouldn't be surprised because Dusty is going to thumb his nose at anybody who criticizes him. We shouldn't be surprised in the least bit. But it is a very important playoff game. It is a very important playoff game.
Explaining why someone is in the lineup as they haven't played in a few days in a playoff game just seems a little bit asinine to me.
Yeah, and the thing that really put me over the top is the fact that it's a double standard. I don't mind you saying this is how it is. I'm Dusty Baker. I'm a Hall of Famer. Screw you. I know what I'm talking about. You don't. I don't mind that. He's earned that. I mean, I don't agree with it all the time, but he's earned that. What I do mind is hypocrisy. And you've heard me say that 100 times on the radio. That's the one thing in sports and in life that when someone's a hypocrite. This is hypocrisy because you have a certain standard for your center fielder and being 0 for 3 against Sonny Gray. Three at-bats. And that's why you're going to bench him versus your catcher who is 0 for 2022 and 2023.
Well, even last year when they would use Vasquez like once every 3 games, it worked out good. You know, like Maldonado didn't even need to catch all last year, and you didn't have a guy who hit 22 bombs or whatever Diaz hits. But now, I'm really just kind of terrified about if let's say you get to a situation where you're down 1 in the 7th, and
you got to do something with your catcher.
Maldonado's at the plate.
And by the way, that happened in the last game.
And then you have to pinch hit.
That happened
Brantley.
in the last game.
Now all of a sudden it's like the double switch, and you have all that other crap that goes on. Show, what's up?
What's good, fellas? Wow,
perplexing.
I don't understand.
You don't even get this one, do you?
No, I do get it. I don't understand you all. I mean, I just like.
Oh, you're fine with this lineup?
Yeah, I'm fine with the lineup. Like,
oh my God. He's dug in. He's dug in.
How?
He's dug in on the Dusty thing.
No, I'm not dug in on it.
He's dug in.
I'm not. It's just what this thing is about. Like us making a big deal about a catcher that is not even one of the top 5 reasons of how they're going to win games and how they're going to win a World Series, and us getting dug in about a Michael Brantley who's played 15 games this year that are 6 and 7
self-proclaimed, no restrictions, and the highest OPS against Sonny Gray.
I hear what you're saying. This is like, for me, this is not the same Michael Brantley that has played here for years. This is a Michael Brantley that's played 15 games. And listen, I'm not
still Uncle Mike.
I'm not
still a professional hitter.
Thank you. Sure, he's a professional hitter, and even if you disagree, but this whole deal of like, oh my God, this is perplexing. I cannot believe why he would I can't understand why he wouldn't want to have a rookie catcher going into Minneapolis, Minnesota, this crazy place for the first time behind the plate with Christian.
He's going to start a rookie in Game 4.
Sure.
I mean, that's the stuff that just boggles.
What do you
my
mean
mind.
he's going to start a rookie?
If it's
Game
JP France,
right. Okay, or it could be.
Oh yeah, hopefully not though.
He mentioned JP France.
No, I don't.
He himself mentioned JP France.
The space that you're baffled that he would.
It is baffling. That's why. Here's where I push back the most on what you just said. That's fine if that's your opinion. I want to have the best chance to win, not a chance to win. You know, Maldonado, you're saying Maldonado isn't the best hitter and you don't expect him to hit. I still want a better chance than that, and that's Yonder Diaz.
Yeah, it's far. It's got to be far less about the rookie and about the veteran who is just not good. He ain't good, guys. He's not good anymore. And oh my God, I wish Dusty Baker and the team themselves was listening, because they are the problem. They are the ones that are over-romanticizing Martin Maldonado and what he actually brings to the table. It ain't there, guys. Stop it with the nonsense. Now, do I think that's the main problem that they have? No. But is it a problem? Absolutely.
And that is your opinion that you're fair to. But I can see why they believe that he is bringing more to the table than you do. I can see why they believe he is bringing more to the table, and they believe this is more a mental position.
Based on what, though?
A mental position. How he works with the pitching staff.
He didn't work with Javier last year. He didn't work with Javier last year.
Christian Javier is the most important player on the field today, right?
Yeah, and he didn't throw to Maldonado last year.
Who is he saying he feels most comfortable with?
I don't know.
Maldonado. It's what he has said all year long.
He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Probably would have said that last year.
An idiot.
He would have said that last year.
Sorry.
But you can't understand why they would come together and say, all right, hey, this most important player, let's put him in the best position that we think possible. I get you. You think that's the best chance to win.
Same thing with McCormick and Dubon, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, that's weird.
I don't want a chance. I want the best chance.
And you like?
No, I'm less on that.
Come on,
I'm less on that one.
No, man.
I'm with y'all on the catcher thing.
McCormick hadn't. He looks like he's either going to hit a home run or strike out every time. That's what he's looked like over the last month. Oh, it's going to be fun.
He saved their ass.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
All right, The Drive is live. This is beautiful, baby. We are about an hour away, a little over an hour away from the Astros and the Twins. And I'm
nervous, man.
I need Tyler Milner in my life today. I really do.
Lucky for you, I'm right here.
I really do, because you are the best organization, the best baseball team that has been running for the last damn decade, and y'all crying around here like some scary-ass hoes because Dusty.
Whoa.
Yeah, y'all are looking weak.
I'm not scared of Dusty.
It's game.
Oh, I'm not scared of Dusty. I'm not scared for Dusty.
I might get in trouble for that.
Yeah, no, Dusty's fine.
It is game.
I'm not scared about Dusty.
No, it is. You're the defending champs. It's game 3 against the Twins.
World champion
Oh
Houston
my God!
Astros.
Oh my God! We're dead. What are we gonna do? I'm perplexed. Is Altuve in the lineup?
Let me look. Yep.
Is Bregman in the lineup?
Let me check.
Is
Yes.
Tucker in the lineup?
Cheryl?
Is Altuve in the lineup?
Yes.
Again. Is Alvarez in the lineup?
Well, wait. He's only in the lineup once. Just for the record.
Are those dudes? Them are the dudes.
Those are those dudes.
I'm sorry, man. Them are the dudes.
Hey, I'm with you. We're good.
Do you have a Hall of Fame manager in the dugout?
Yes.
Do you have a guy that has orchestrated this run since he's been here?
See.
Stop. Good God Almighty, it's the damn Twins. You've been here before.
Damn, you got so riled up, your hat's coming down your brow.
I didn't even know. Sorry about the hose comment. That got away from me.
Can I point out that we've also lost before?
You have. You have lost before.
Like we haven't won every World Series.
No, you haven't.
We've also watched them lose before too.
You
So like
haven't.
that's part of it.
You can lose today, Brandon.
And you also mentioned the most important
real
player.
Quick, Brandon Scott is in.
Let me take my bow.
Clint Stoerner is out
That's
today.
not Cecil Shorts you hear.
Clint Stoerner is golfing today. But Brandon is in. Yes. Yeah, I never lost in this. Y'all can lose today. Y'all, the Astros can lose today.
Who did you say was the most important player again today? Who is
Christian
it?
Javier.
Oh, okay, all right.
They can, yes.
You went through all them other names first.
Yes,
I'm just saying
he's out there.
you didn't hit the first.
I'm just saying,
you didn't hit the first most important
I had
name.
already hit him. I'm just saying, man.
Kind of just scanned over that.
Y'all sound like the Twins. That's just what some of y'all, not all of y'all.
I was about to say, nobody here.
And I would say I don't think you're in the space. Like, I don't think you came in here and drug your head in.
No.
I don't think you drug it. I think you got confidence. I'm just, like, where is the confidence? What game?
Oh, I got some.
Oh, my God. They could lose today. Right? Sonny Gray is the real deal. He has been one of the best pitchers in the American League. They can lose today. But the confidence is just, I'm looking up on the text line. I'm looking up on YouTube. Hi. I'm looking up on Twitch. I'm just blown away. We're up here talking about, hey, our rookie catcher. We need him to put on his cape and save our day. Michael Brantley, who's played 15 games and hadn't played for a whole year before he stepped in the field. He went and played and wherever that single A team was and played for 2 days and got hurt.
And the ghost of him is still better than most of what you got. Than half of what you got. Yep.
We need him.
The ghost of him is still better than half of what you got.
Chaz is out of the lineup. Oh my God, what are we gonna do?
Brantley better than Chaz.
Don't come at me about white boy Chaz. Those dudes at the top is what this thing has always been about.
Yeah.
It's always game 1, Verlander 6 scoreless. Altuve hits a homer. Alvarez hits 2 homers. Tucker hits a double. Abreu hits an RBI. And then the second game, they ran into a great pitcher, which happens in the playoffs, and you guys have been here. Oh, my God.
So let me explain the nervousness to you.
My God, please.
Just a couple of days ago, I know you saw Framber Valdez, who had been their most reliable pitcher for the last 2 years, go out there and stink up the joint.
And we've seen him do it before.
And so now you're going to go out there with a perhaps just as talented but less reliable guy in Christian Javier with not the season on the line, but you can't really afford to go down 2-1 because now what do you need? To make some business decisions about who it is that's going to come in there to save your season. So it's not like we don't have confidence in the Jose Altuve's, Jordan Alvarez's, even the Michael Brantleys of the world, or in the Kyle Tuckers and Alex Bregmans of the world. It's the, hey, what if Christian Javier doesn't give you everything that you expect or want out of him the way, honestly, he has throughout the year? It's been a disappointing year for Javier, been a disappointing year, I guess, toward the later part of it for Framber Valdez. They've been less reliable than they had been before. So now you're looking at it like, hey, yeah, I've seen them do it before, but I've also been watching recent Astros baseball, and it's Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. That's kind of it's a little Jekyll and Hyde situation going on.
Jekyll and Jive.
That's what who said that? Roflo. Yeah, that's.
Oh, I was gonna say, did I mess it up?
And
or did Roflo mess it up?
Roflo butchered it.
That is fair, and there's also just the understanding of playoff baseball. This kind of happens up and down, and yes, I can get the sense of that. But they also have guys on this team And what I'm saying is the argument is about this damn center fielder and the catching stuff. And those are not.
The catching stuff is real. The catching stuff is real. You got a sub 160 hitter out there catching for you. And the justification of it is the guys feel more comfortable throwing to him.
The trust of him.
Oh, man, I almost forgotten. Thought he was on strictly on YouTube. Get your life together.
The trust of him being back there in these. Yes.
Fix your trust issues. Fix your trust issues right now. That's what I need you to do. For the love of God and for the sake of this lineup, fix your trust issues.
And I will tell you, me personally, would I had an issue with Diner Diaz starting today? No. I would have been cool if you say, all right, man, I'm going to have Diaz start the non-Verlander and Framber starts. I get it. But I would have started him at catcher today. But I also understand where you don't, and many others. I understand the thought process of where they're going.
No, I understand it. I just think it's dumb.
And you think it's dumb?
No, I fully understand it.
You understand it?
I think it's dumb. I think it's patently absurd.
And I don't.
It is. It definitely is.
And
if you and the Astros want to just marry to Martin Maldonado in the sake of this mystique, then they deserve, if and when they lose, they would deserve to do so in that fashion, and you would deserve to be right there with.
And you think they're going to lose because of that?
I think it.
You think that'll be a big, like, you think if they lose, the big thing will be is Maldonado's catching?
I do not think that. That's not what I'm saying. I actually agree with your main point that it's about the big boys, and we ain't. First of all, let's just start with this. Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches. I don't see no bitches nowhere around here. We real up in here. We real in the field, okay? And I know Ron said he was gonna get in trouble for that. I might get in trouble with you.
I said hoes.
Y'all are coming in hot, and I love it.
We ain't acting like none of that.
I love it.
I'm just saying.
It's some of y'all acting like some scary.
No, I felt that earlier. I was like, wait a minute.
It's some of y'all.
Who you talking to?
It's some of y'all acting like
no, sir.
Some scary losers.
No, sir. And I
just said that, like, y'all, like, I get where you're coming from. I'm not putting you. I'm talking about the people. Oh my God.
Yeah.
We're going to lose today.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my God.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God.
What are we going to do?
You're the Astros.
But the point here,
you're the damn Astros.
The thing is
That's
with
right.
Maldonado, though, he's been catching most of the games, and it's not like it's made a demonstrative difference in the pitching. Like, you're going to have to show it to me. Just comfort level, comfort. Dog, I need you to step outside of your comfort zone. This dude comfortably hits better than the other dude.
Job of catch is to catch.
Well, so what's he in the lineup for? What's he in the lineup for? Like, to me, it's just a very easy correctable error, and it also speaks to, honestly, and I hate to say this about the Astros because I love them dearly, but it speaks to just how not as good they are. Like the fact that you are looking down at the 9-hole hitter and you're saying, man, I need a replacement. No one ever talks about the 9-hole hitter, but when you got a new dude that's this much better than the old one, it's just such an obvious and easy replacement. And at this point, I don't need to be messing around with talking about comfort level and all of this mystique and stuff that don't really actually show up on the box score or out there on the field.
Yeah, he's in the lineup today. Diaz is in the lineup today. He's batting sixth.
Yeah.
And he is the DH, which he is in the lineup. And as I said, man, my biggest thing is you can disagree with things, but what they're saying makes sense. Now, to you it doesn't, but what they're saying
makes sense.
Makes sense, and it makes full sense. Now, you may not agree with it. That's fine, but you know what? I want to do this.
My disagreement stems from the lack of sense that it makes.
But I got clarity on one thing.
Okay. And my agreement is, I'll tell you what, late in games, as I said that, late in games, I could see how they're saying, you know what, I'd rather have that guy behind the plate. Like I can see him saying that, and I can see them saying the way that we feel this is a mental position as much as it is a physical position that we want him working with these pitchers. But I want to do this. Because the Astros, what time does it start? 3:07, something like that.
Exactly right.
I want to put you in the box because I'm fired up right now.
Yeah.
I'm loving this. This is a real aggressive.
Yeah.
I think we should have some fun with this game today.
Yeah, and I like your brand of fun too because I'm nervous as hell.
I say we take shots every time the Astros score runs.
Like shots, like
yes.
Liquor.
And the folks on YouTube and Twitch can be able to watch this.
Yeah, and we invite y'all to take shots with us.
I know we got liquor around here. And
oh yeah,
I mean, hell, I've already said hoes. Brandon's already slid in the B word, so why not? Let's just really have fun here.
Hey, I'm sorry about that too, by the way. It's all about my bad,
don't back
man.
off of it
Make
now.
sure y'all invite me
Don't
back.
back off of it now.
Promise I won't say it again.
No, don't back off of it now.
I was just kidding, man. I was in the moment.
No, I say we take shots. I say we take shots every time the Astros score. And I do mean this.
I love your style.
If Superman comes up with his cape, the savior, the rookie Yainer Diaz, and hits a 3-run homer in this game,
He can hit.
we got to take 3 consecutive shots.
Oh,
Hey, that spices it up.
If
now I'm trying to decide whether I'm rooting for that or not. Because I would love to take 3 shots. I am worried. I am concerned about that.
If Dubon shocks the world and he is able to get a 2-run double, and that's 2 shots. That's 2 shots.
That would shock you?
No, I think many people are losing. Some people are now losing their mind and believe that Dusty's hatred for Chaz is the reason why Chaz, who has stunk here down the stretch,
You'll come at me about white boy Chaz.
Is out of the game. I told you this off air leading into the day. I know I told you. If you're just joining us, Chaz McCormick is in the lineup. Is out of the lineup today. Dubon is in center. I said we may need to have a talk about Chaz.
Yeah, we should have been had it. It's been time.
He's out of the lineup. He literally at the plate looks like I'm gonna hit a home run or I'm striking out.
Yeah, this is a sore spot for Clint.
He looks like he is just swinging as hard as he can, and he's coming up empty. And I could see him having a day off. I could see that. And Dubon has actually played well down the stretch and come up with huge hits. Those 2 huge hits in the Seattle series he came up with. So I don't have an issue with it. So we're taking shots every time they score a run. Also, by the way, be listening in the 5 o'clock hour. Make sure you're listening. Better be switching over to the 5 o'clock hour, or hell, you just need to stay, as it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. And when you hear the cue to call 713-572-4610. That's not right now. When you hear the cue to call, you'll have a chance to win front row seats in the bullpen for a big game between the Texans and the Saints. So we'll be hooking folks up with that. By the way, here is the lineup. Altuve, Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, Tucker, Abreu, Diaz, Dubon, Pena, and Maldonado.
So I agree with your overall. We disagreed on the part about the catchers and Diaz and Maldonado and the logic behind that. But your overall point about what this game is about and who matters and what doesn't and the things that people cling to and the things that they don't is absolutely on point. It's about the big dogs.
It's always like, to me,
it's about the big boys
and I
today.
think that's really why it's such a thing to me. It's like, yo, dog, man, I mean, like we're in here just like we'll gloss past Alex Bregman in that 2 spot. Not giving you much.
You need more.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Not giving you much. Like, listen, Altuve, man, he's swung the bat pretty well in these first 2 games. Then he's also had a couple of just Altuve at bats in moments where you're like, God, dog, take one.
Yeah.
Or something like that. And Tucker has done all right, but he had a double in the last game and did some stuff in game 1. But like, it's about them dudes.
Yeah.
Abreu, with the money he's making, you get like, and where he's batting. I mean, there's a bit there too. It's about them 4 dudes, especially up top.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's what I mean. Like, I don't think they and I can't wait. Diaz is going to be the catcher next year, and I cannot wait for that. All right. But they didn't lose game 3 or game 2 because he didn't play.
You're right.
Right. I'm just telling you right now.
No, you're right on that.
Lopez befuddled the greatest hitter, I think, in the game today in Yordan Alvarez. He befuddled Kyle Tucker. Right. He got Bregman multiple times. Bregman, who knows the strike zone as well as anybody, and Tyler said the other day, he's arguing strikes, about to get ejected about clear strikes. So for me to think that he would not have befuddled, and he got Brantley a few times, he wouldn't have befuddled Yainer Diaz, it's not why they lost. And they didn't win the game in game 1 because Yainer Diaz didn't play. My deal is, it is about those core dudes, those dudes that make you feel the most confident, I would think, until I've run into some folks today who is woe is me and being drug in and wearing all black today. Like, It's about them dudes that have been here. And I'm just saying, you are an Astros fan. Could they lose today? Hell yeah, they could lose today. But you know your team, your confidence in your team. The Astros win this game.
World champion Houston Astros.
Them dudes are still there, and they're healthy. The Astros win this game.
We plan on
because of those dudes, and that's to me what it's going to be about.
Yeah.
Right? Like I have a hard time believing, Tyler and Brandon, that them dudes up the top go 6 for 12 and they lose this game.
This is a game about all of those dudes that we just talked about: Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker. It's about them showing up early, and then on the other side of it, Christian Javier, I'm gonna say getting at least through 4, giving up less than 2. I know quality is 6 and less than 3, but we're gonna grade on a curve here, considering how sometimes Javier does not go deep in the games. He normally doesn't, right?
Well,
so if he can get through 4, dare I say 5, but if he can get through 4, giving up less than 2, you've got a lineup that's potent enough. And we talk all of this crap about the lineup. I just sat up here crying about the catcher situation, how badly I want Diaz in there instead of Maldonado, and I truly do. But I'm not going to act like this is not an offense that didn't rank like top 5 in almost every relevant offensive category in T-Way, even with Martin Maldonado being as bad as he's been. So they got to be those dudes, the dudes that they've been before. You need them to be right now on top of Javier, giving you something that's just somewhat reliable. Give the bullpen something to work.
I think the two big things to me, you all may believe it's something else. The two big things to me are the guys, the dudes.
Yeah.
The dudes that we just spoke about come into play and impacting this game in a major way. And how do they get to Neris, Abreu, and Presley?
Yeah.
That's what those are the two big things right there, is how they and really especially Abreu and Presley. How do they get? I don't know if it's
this is the moment I want JP Friend. I want to answer that question. I want it to be JP Friends.
Yeah,
if it's got to be, and especially if it goes off the rails.
I don't care. I don't know if it's Christian that gets you to 7 and he hands it off.
Yeah, well, that would be ideal.
If it's Christian that goes 4 and it's Kendall Graveman for 1, or it's Phil for whatever. Those are the two most important things. All right. Whoa, this is on fire, baby,
Man,
right now. I'm telling you, I'm
cannot
loving
wait.
it. Brandon Scott in today as Clint is out. We'll be back tomorrow. All right, we gotta get into something here. Seth Payne coming up at 2:40. It is just the most fascinating thing that is going on with the Astros right now. It is fascinating to me. We'll discuss that next.
Well, my goodness gracious, let me tell you the news.
Sports Radio 610. Not just the best sports talk in town, but with Faraz Siddiqui and Zach Rizzuto. Priority pickups, sits and starts, and more inside info. They do the work for you. New episodes every Tuesday and Thursday. Just follow the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. From the text line, I did get going with Kendall Graveman. He is not on the roster. Someone texted in, Graveman isn't even on the playoff roster. Ron is senile as Dusty. It's our fan.
Yeah, he's got an injury.
He's got an injury. That's the first bullpen name outside of the normal ones that came to my head. Yes.
And another reason, slight less, but another reason to be nervous. Down a bullpen guy, might need your bullpen today. Just don't like it. Don't like it. Need a lot from Christian Javier today.
Yeah, you do.
Come with it.
Big deal. Kendall Graveman does scare me. Coming up, Seth Payne, 240. Brandon Scott, he's in the building. We got the shot.
We gonna take these shots out of the John McClane glasses?
That's what I saw. So
I'm with it.
Thing right there, the old John McClane. A toast to the general.
Oh yeah.
Hey, that's what them shot glasses going. If you missed it, you better stay with us.
Hey, mad at it.
Hey, me and Brandon, we have decided we're gonna make this game interesting. We're gonna take shots. Tyler cannot. We're gonna take shots every time the Astros score a run. 3-run homer, 3 shots.
I'm with it.
When you get a chance to party.
Haven't gotten a message from anybody yet on that, so it's all good, baby.
I love it. It's a great
I
idea.
tell you, man, you better come here, man. If the Astros score 5 runs, boy, I'm telling you, who knows where we gonna be.
I've never wanted my over 3.5 runs to hit more in my life.
Boy, if they come out, score 5 in that first, boy, we are in trouble.
Here is a twist to it.
Oh, yeah,
a question that I got.
That escalated quickly.
All right, so at what point do we start drinking? What's the deficit? Let's go the other way. And I don't mean to be negative, but just to plan for it. What is the deficit? I watched this game last night with the Phillies and the Braves. The Braves came back, but the Phillies were up 4-0.
4-0.
And, man, the Braves didn't score a run until like the 5th or the 6th inning. It was looking bad for a minute. What is the amount, the run differential the other way if the Twins get up to where we got to start drinking too? Is it 4 or 5? How many runs is it? And what?
I'm not doing any extras. Okay, it is how many runs.
Don't back down from a challenge.
What I'm saying is, if it's looking like they ain't gonna score no runs, they getting shut out. Your boys, the dudes that we've been talking about to show up, don't show up.
We just don't get to drink.
Oh man.
Yes.
Well, see, I might need to drink a little bit more if the things that I'm worried about come into fruition.
That ain't a part of this.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm glad I got cups over here already that I can dip into if I need to.
All right, fellas, I do want to touch something, and I know this is going to get some thoughts. And we have a very active text line. I love it. I love how everybody's coming through with their opinions. 713-572-4610. You can roll in with that. This is one thing that has fascinated me and continues to do it right now. Is Brandon and Tyler, I should not be surprised by this, but I am every time. Like I am almost floored, especially when I look at the other franchises around here. I am floored how much and how deep the questioning is of Dusty Baker's moves, like and decisions, from
the degree of it,
like just the degree, like to the point of like senile. I heard Landry just reading off some of the things off of the YouTube message board.
Yeah,
and like, I hope like my favorite now, the ones coming to me, figure we're just talking about this one. I hope the Astros lose so Dusty gets fired, all of this guy is just dumb.
You reading my face?
I mean, he's stupid. Like we would have a championship team if it wasn't for him. I know we won it last year, but we'd have the overall the questioning of a guy who is as accomplished as he is, Like I don't understand. And you know what I mean about criticism. Criticism is fine, but I'm talking about the depths of which it goes to the point of like last week, and I was thinking this last week when I said, "Wow, I really hate," and we're going to talk about this later. I really hate the thought of, let's just move Titus to left guard.
Yeah,
I just think that's just. I'm just like, wow.
Stay tuned for that one.
Wow, like what? Like, and I heard that, and I'm going somewhere with it. We're like, wow. And the response that I was getting, Tyler, remember the response I was getting? Hey, I think D'Amico and Bobby know more than you do.
Yeah, let the coaches do their job, bro.
Those guys have coached 4 games. They're all new.
Yeah.
All of them new. And then they'll throw in Nick with the roster.
No equity.
And Nick's got none.
None, no equity built. Or at least should.
It is wild to me that it is a belief that, all right, well, these guys on the football team, as you just, great phrase, no equity.
0.
None. There is more trust in those guys off the bat 4 games in, and I would say 4, hell, before they even coached a game this year in game 1 against the Ravens. Seemingly for some people, then from the 7th winningest manager in the history of this old-ass sport, who has gotten all 5 of the franchises he's managed to the playoffs. I think you understand how difficult that is, including one year he won 103 games as a manager and didn't make the playoffs.
Also hasn't gotten you anywhere less than the ALCS.
And yes, and not to mention all of that, and then as he got here and took over the situation he took over, and none of the years have been easy, right? Through injuries or whatever. And y'all have gone to the ALCS, the World Series, and lost to Game 6. How the hell did that team get to Game 6 of the World Series with their pitching staff?
Had nothing to do with Dusty, dude. Clearly.
But
no. It was ask the text line, ask the chat. It was in spite of him. In spite of him.
And then you win the championship last year, and you come back through all the things that we don't have to completely rehash it. You know it. All the negative things that were out of his control that happened to the Astros this year, and they won a division title, and they're the 2 seed.
Yeah,
it was just great talent. The manager could have been anybody, dude.
And it's not just a disagreement of we're scared we're gonna lose because he's senile. He's dumb.
The fervor.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's so stupid. Like we're losing. Like we've reached the point literally that if they come out, and this is my main issue is today, if they come out here and win this game 5-1, 6-2,
not a word about
there
Dusty.
will not be a damn thing about Dusty.
Yeah,
except for maybe Dusty was lucky.
Even if any of the decisions that were made were because of him, not a damn word. If they lose this thing 3-2, and the guys at the top go 1 for 16, it's Dusty. It was Dusty. It was Dusty. Somebody said when Altuve threw that ball in the stands against the Mariners, it's because Dusty they quit on him. Like it is just amazing to sit and see that a guy with his credentials, what he's done for his career, and this year, it's not just like he's Bobby Bowden standing in a tower and not doing anything, or I go with Joe Paterno, but he's not like he's that.
Paul out of it.
Lost damn Joe.
Yeah,
I'd have to do that with Jerry, but it's just wild to me.
Yeah,
I've been critical of Dusty more than anyone at times, but what you're saying it's insanity. When good things happen, he didn't do anything. Nothing. When bad things happen, it's dust.
But you know what also bothers me is the person who will say they quit on him. That almost feels like the same person that doesn't want to give him credit for them responding to him, that doesn't want to give him credit for being a player's manager, which really is the button that he pushes, right?
Blows me away.
It's the people business side of it, the fact that he knows how to manage personalities and people gravitate toward him. Maybe less so of the tactician part of it, and I think he's probably underrated there, or maybe more maligned than he should be there. But they won't even give him credit for that. But let something random happen, and it's like, oh, they quit on him. You never gave him credit for them rallying around him in the first damn place.
I don't get it.
Where'd that come from?
Hey, Titus Howard, go to left guard. I know you never practiced there during this new system. You played right guard your whole career. The 10 times we've watched you play left guard, you've mostly stunk. But go to left guard. Oh, D'Amico and Bobby, they got it. Chaz, man, Chaz going to sit down and Dubon go play center.
Hey,
what?
But look, hey.
There's Dusty. He hates him.
Man, look.
What's he doing?
All that said, though, I do need Martin Maldonado to become a glorified bench coach. I do need that to happen. I love you, Dusty, but I need that to happen. That is my sole Dusty criticism.
Coming up, Seth Payne. It is a Tuesday. We'll get his thoughts as the Texans, they dropped the game against the Falcons. And I want to get his thoughts on Titus. I've heard him talk about it a little bit. I want to get his thoughts on Titus Howard at left guard. All of that coming up next on the drive.
All right, let's talk about having a peace of mind. How about that? How about protecting your family? Look, we can't predict
Week Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As Clint Stoerner is out, Brandon Scott is in his place. And it is a Tuesday as we are awaiting the Astros as they'll start here coming up in a bit. But we are joined by our guy, Original Texan. You can hear him every single morning right here on Sports Radio 610 with Payne and Pendergast. Seth Payne joins us. How you doing, Seth? How you feeling? You nervous about today, or are you understanding of this is the 6th-time ALCS participant and you feel good about your Astros?
I feel good about the lineup versus a hexed pitcher.
You guys are serious about this.
That's right. No. Y'all did do that. Good job by y'all for hexing the dude. Why did y'all stop? Why did y'all ever stop that to begin with, man?
Well, we don't like to use up too much of the magic.
Can't do it every time.
I guess. Yeah, it's like this is honestly. This is the first time we've hexed a pitcher, so Sonny Gray is kind of in uncharted territory. We started to worry at one point a couple years ago. The guys we were hexing, we only hexed during the postseason, but every guy we hexed would get injured. We had like 2 or 3 injuries in a row, so it almost felt unethical. So we try to be very, very careful. But at 1-1 in the ALDS, that's as close to panic mode as we've been in the last 6 seasons. So we decided to pull it out.
Well, championships over ethics. Just remember that. Championships over ethics.
All right, Seth. As we look at the Texans, there's a lot to get through from that last game against the Falcons. I just want to get you. I want to get your thoughts on this.
Okay.
Because I said it when it happened. I hate moving Titus Howard to left guard. I absolutely despise it. I think he is one of the best right tackles, and then from what we've seen, he's not been great at left guard when he's played over there. And this is a new system where I would assume that the vast majority of the time he has played in the right tackle position before his injury. And then we watched the game on Sunday. Your thoughts on where he should be playing?
I think that I just feel like the drop-off from him at left guard to whomever else replaces him at left guard is not as big as the drop-off between George Fant and Titus Howard, or as big as the drop-off from Titus Howard to George Fant. So I would prefer that he just play there, especially because in the run game, so much of what plagues the Texans right now, I mean, there's multiple things that's wrong with it, but I do think that there's just a lack of cohesion on the offensive line, and they haven't had enough time together, and you don't get better at that over the course of the season by having Titus Howard play left guard for a few games. So I don't, I hope they tinker with it again just by moving him to right tackle. George Fant has done better than I expected in replacement of Titus Howard, but there were some moments in that game the other day where I got to think that Titus Howard would have done better. One of that one Dameon Pierce really bad tackle for a loss in the backfield. George Fant was just a revolving door there, and hopefully they just get back to some sense of normalcy.
Seth, you mentioned the cohesion, and I think we're all in agreement on, hey, just play Titus Howard where his natural position is. But you mentioned there's more things wrong with the run game. What else would you say that is?
I think that Dameon Pierce does much better when they're just doing conventional gap man blocking, old school leads and powers and counters and those types of things, as opposed to the zone blocking scheme. So the difficulty becomes, all right, well, you don't want to become predictable as a play caller if you're Bobby Slowick and you're only calling certain types of plays for Dameon Pierce. I think the balance for that might be Dameon Pierce as a receiver and, setting up play action with some of those plays that work really well for Dameon Pierce. Sometimes you can use that to set up play action opportunities and then, selectively run zone blocking. But if we were to move it outside of just Dameon Pierce and just the specific run plays, right now, after the 5-game mark in the season, I think is when Bobby Slowick really has to start to know, like, okay, this is what guys are good at. This is where some guys struggle. These are the route combinations that we feel really good about. How do we offset those? You know, the way he did at the end of the game, that was they set up that Dalton Schultz touchdown with a route combination that looked similar earlier in the game. I think that's where Bobby Slowick has to show his growth now is, okay, we're getting a feel for what we're good at, what we struggle at, and learn exactly the composition of your team.
Seth Payne joining us on a Tuesday as he does each and every week. Seth, has Will Anderson disappointed you at all?
I would like to see him progress on beyond where he is right now as a pass rusher. And I know we've talked about this. I think he shows a lot of strength and explosiveness as a run defender. He doesn't show that same explosiveness as a pass rusher. And I'll be, Clint was the first one that could have pointed out to me the weakness of some of those ESPN advanced stats. I keep seeing these cited about how good Will is on a percentage of time that he's beating his the pass blocker and all these other things. Those are bogus stats. Like, there's too many times that he gets stuck on a block and he's just rushing right down the middle of a guy. He's athletic enough and he's got an incredible motor. Like, he plays as hard as anybody I've ever seen. He's just got to learn to get on the edges of guys instead of going right up the middle of them, because there's too many instances where he gets stuck on blocks and he ends up just being a bull rusher instead of a guy that's winning to the inside or winning to the outside. I think it's just going to take a little time with him, because one of the reasons he's doing that is because he does care about stopping the run. And when you're trying to stop the run, you tend to get your hands right into the chest of the offensive lineman. And it's one of the reasons he's good against the run. He's just got to start to get a feel for being greedy as a pass rusher at times.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm watching it, specifically that last drive in which there was no pressure at all on Desmond Ridder. I started watching him, and there's like not moves. Yeah. It's just like you said, it's bull rushes. And with him, it's just, there's not like, boy, he's coming off the edge and kind of dipping his shoulder and his hips like a Von Miller does, or just straight speed off the edge, or he's got a swim, or Calais Campbell, who just took out George Fant on inside moves before. Yeah. Like, you're not seeing moves from him. It's just like he's going to outwork you to the quarterback.
Right. You know, and one of those things, too, like, I'm not just being nice when I say that guys that actually care about stopping the run, like guys who are conscientious, sometimes do have a slower acclimation process. Because if you think about what Arthur Smith was doing in that game, Arthur Smith did a whole lot of stuff to try to make Will Anderson think. You know, a lot of misdirection, doing those bootlegs where the tight end would block and then release. A lot of stuff to really make him think about, okay, wait, I got to check run before I rush the passer. And sometimes it's like anything, when you try to learn to do it the right way, it's a little bit slower at the onset. There are a lot of pass rushing rookies who they rack up a whole bunch of sacks, but they really hurt their team in the run game. Will doesn't want to be that guy. It's just a matter of getting everything more natural and recognizing pass versus run, recognizing the misdirection in the backfield, not getting fooled by it.
Yeah, so with me watching him, it feels like, you tell me if you notice this too, it feels like he understands now that his strength translates. I've said that he's similar to Micah Parsons in this way, that when you look at him, you do not expect him to be as strong as he is. And to me, it almost feels like I don't know if that's working against him a little bit, if he just thinks he can just bull rush his way or outstrength his way against these, NFL offensive linemen. But there does seem to be something missing there. I don't know if it's mentally or – I remember talking to him earlier in the season about this. Like, what kind of counters are you working on? And he was a lot about, hey, I just got to keep doing what I've been doing. So that have been an observation to me. It's like he's over-relying on his superhuman strength.
Yeah, and it's just like even guys that are 290 pounds, like J.J. Watt, when he would rush on the edge, he can't get away with being power all the time. For one, you just get tired. And two, guys expect it, and they can stand up to that. And because he's fast enough, and especially he gets off the ball really well. I think some of it is maybe just learning to really trust that he does have a speed rush, that he can get upfield and get around guys. And then that's what sets up the counters. Sometimes guys, if they try to use counters, if you're planning on using a counter, nobody bites on the initial speed move because they know that you're just going to come back to him. And I think he's in a little bit of that mode right now. And there's a lot of artistry to rushing the passer these days. Guys have gotten more strategic about it on both sides of the ball, and they've just studied it better. And I think that's where he's got now that he's a true defensive end, really for the first time since he's, from high school until now, he can just focus on that part of it. I think it's something he'll learn during the season and then hopefully in the offseason continue to build on it. But, he's got an incredible work ethic, and he knows how to use his hands. He's just got to tie it all together.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. All right, hopefully he can break through against the Saints on Sunday. We appreciate you joining us. We'll talk to you next week, Seth.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, here we go. We'll get you ready for the Astros, who are playing at a little after 3. We'll get you ready for that game and tell you about the important things, as well as we got to check in last night. Left some amazing games, especially that one in Atlanta. The call, if you missed it, it was amazing. That's coming up next on The Drive.
Don't mess with Texas. Don't mess with the Astros.
Something big is happening on Sports Radio The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome in as the Astros are going to get going here in a bit. Stay right here. We'll keep you updated as Clint is out. He is golfing. Brandon is in. He'll be in all day. And Tyler, of course, is holding the ones and twos. And the Astros.
Smells like vodka in here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're taking shots every time the Astros score runs, and I've already poured the first one. So we're taking shots straight up at as soon as the Astros score, we're hitting them. But if you want to know, the lineup is out. And the lineup is out. Altuve's leading off. Bregman, you know what? This is a big game.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you got to bring it, dog.
Come on, man.
You know
don't shortchange the Drive audience.
This is the first time.
Come on now.
On YouTube and on Twitch. Tyler, give me my damn music.
Let's go!
Baby! It is Game 3 of the American League Division Series. They're in Minneapolis. They got the Homer Hankies out, but the Astros, the defending World Series champions, ready to rain all over their Minnesota Twin ass. Take that Juicy Lucy and suck it. Here goes.
Okay.
Your starting lineup. Juicy Lucy's the burger they like. They put cheese on the inside of it and they pick it up. 7-1, whatever the place they are.
Yeah, go ahead.
Leading off, playing second. He may be 5'6", but he carries the big stick. Jose Altuve. Batting second. God, he needs a hit. Please, he is frustrated as ever. Is that my brother's keeper? You're damn right it is. The real AB. Alex Bregman. Batting third. I love it when they call me Big Papa. Say, I love it when they call me Big Papa. Yeah, he's still tipping on them fofos. Jordan Alvarez. And folks, he's the best hitter in the planet. Yep. He really is. And batting fourth, I call him Old Tampa Tuck. Just lost my earpieces right there. You can see that.
YouTube see
They
it.
call
Twitch
him Old Tampa Tuck. You might call him King Tuck. We need you today, baby. Kyle Tucker.
Tuck time is coming.
And batting fifth, the first baseman, Jordan.
Well.
And batting. I'm sorry, Jose Abreu. He is. I want to get Jordan in multiple times. And batting sixth, the designated hitter, the rookie who is going to put on his cape because he is Superman to half of Houston. Yaida! Diaz! And batting seventh, the center fielder. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Nah, it's that gun, that bullet on his arm. Jordan, Doobie, Mauricio, Dubon. I am really into Jordan Alvarez.
You're trying to put Jordan
and batting third,
times.
Mr. Pelvic Thrust himself, Mr. Panty Dropper, Jeremy Pena, and the Blonde Bomber. Batting ninth, and the Blonde Bomber. Batting ninth, Mr. Machetti Martin Maldonado. That is your starting lineup. The Astros. Go ahead and take care of business today.
We plan on repeating.
I want to point out that we have not started drinking yet.
And I'm already there.
That was his sober call.
That was my sober call. I'm ready. I'm telling you, Jordan's going to have a big day.
Boy, he put him in the lineup 3 times.
I wanted to.
Hey, if you could do that, there would be no controversy about Martin Maldonado and Yanner Diaz.
If you could dress him up. Come on, man.
Put Jordan in there 3 times, put Jose Altuve in there twice, and all problems are solved.
Listen, this game is about the guy put in the lineup 3 different times, Jordan Alvarez, and along with Altuve, who has been a mainstay, the greatest Astro of all time, still in his prime, Alex Bregman, who has been here in big games before, and Kyle Tucker. It's about these guys, not to mention that guy behind him who had the most RBIs in all of baseball in September. It's about the big guns and Christian Javier doing all he can to hit the bullpen to Hector Neris, Brian Abreu, and Ryan Presley. This is what this game is about, and I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I would say that where the Twins have the advantage is, like today specifically, is at the starting pitching. Like with Sonny Gray going
he's the real
on the mound for the Twins, I feel like right now, and especially based off of how Javier has pitched throughout the season, I'm not talking about the Christian Javier that we kind of gotten used to last year, toward the end of last year, or the one that we were hoping to get going into this year. The Christian Javier that you were thinking about when they paid him the contract. I'm talking about the one that we've watched as of late compared to the Sonny Gray that we expect to get. I feel like that's where the Twins have the advantage. So for me, it's about Christian Javier flipping that, and then, of course, what you said. Also, the lineup can flip that as well. Just go out there and rake. And it's not like they haven't done that before.
No, it'd be very, very big for them to get a lead for Christian Javier before he steps on the mound. That would be big. And, like, for me overall, could the Astros lose today? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right? They could. You talked about the starting pitching. But this is a team that's been here, and this is a team in the Twins that have not. Now, they got a dude over there that has been here. And, by the way, I would say I am now on the, hey, man, let's probably not let Carlos Correa have the chance to really do you in. That is now, if you're in the game like they were Saturday night, where, I mean, the bases are loaded, like you're going to have to pitch to him. That's one thing. But, like, I think for him, he's somebody that if you're Christian Javier or anybody else, like if you have the chance to, let's be careful with him. Let's be careful with him because this dude is, and I said it the other day, I said Carlos Correa is an above-average to all-star level player generally in the regular season.
Yep.
And then he flips the switch and turns into Derek Jeter.
Yep.
And he makes just crazy instinctual plays defensively, and then he comes to the plate and comes up with big hits. So he's somebody in this lineup of all people that I would look to probably avoid.
Yeah. Now don't tell Carlos that because. About the whole Derek Jeter comparison, because as Carlos, Derek Jeter wasn't that good. But that's his own other thing. To me, when you're pitching, no. I mean, he broke it down numbers wise, and he's like, "Hey, man,
what he broke down."
No, he's just saying he's overrated as an individual player, as a leader, and as mystique, and all that Yankees blase. Yeah, it's great.
Biracial angel.
That's all right, man.
Not as good as Carlos Correa, but anyway, I would say
it's insane
that. Pitching to Carlos Correa, pitching away from Carlos Correa, much better idea. Keep it out of the zone. Much more willing to walk that guy than anybody else. Don't let him beat you the way that he has in the past. And I mean, it sounds simple, but like locate that bad boy at least somewhere close. I mean, if he got you down in the zone, I don't need it 2 feet higher than that up in the zone the way that they were doing in that last game.
All right, nervous levels in this game for you. Where are you at?
If we're doing 1 to 10, I'm gonna call it right around a 6. It's above average.
You're above average.
I'm above average, yeah.
Tyler, nervous level.
Very minimal.
Yeah, I'd say about 3. About 3. I mean,
we've been here. We know what they do.
3 or 4. I mean, I think it's heightened because you don't know what Christian Javier you're gonna get, and I can see where the point comes there. So
yeah,
they're underway. We'll keep you completely updated right here. And once again, Brandon and I are taking shots for all of the runs that the Astros score. So hopefully.
Yeah, I'm waiting on Altuve to swing. Give him something in the zone, baby.
Well, he gave him 2 in the zone. Hopefully for you, for you all, this will be a really interesting show in the 4 o'clock hour.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
He deals a 2-2. Castellanos in the air to right center field. Harris is on the run. Harris at the track. He leaps and he makes the catch. Harper might be doubled up. The throw gets away. The throw to first. It's over. It's over. Harper never tagged. He couldn't get back. And it's a double up to end game 2. Wow.
Brian Anderson is my favorite announcer going today.
That was strong.
And
that was very strong.
And for you to take Gus Johnson away from me,
Harper didn't tag.
I mean, the home run call, that was a great game.
Yeah.
That was a great
It's the best game of the postseason so far.
That right there is why I love postseason baseball.
Yes.
Right there is 4-0. Atlanta looks dead. This is what the Phillies did to them last year en route to getting to the World Series and losing to the Astros. They look dead, and I'm telling you, that is a team that is strong. By far the best team in the field, the Atlanta Braves. They look dead 4-0, and then all hell breaks loose.
Not just 4-0 run,
with
but
Zach
also
Wheeler on the mound, too.
but also had been shut out in the previous game.
Yep.
Right. So that means they had gone, let's call it 9 + 5, about 14 innings to my count, without scoring a run. This is the best overall team in baseball that didn't have any weaknesses during the regular season. And
have you taken a look?
They had no runs.
Have you taken a look? I know you have. I want you, Tyler, and people out there, don't do it if you. Listen, you get a chance to, at some point today. Go look at their top 4 or 5 batters and look at the seasons they've had.
It's ridiculous.
Right.
I mean, Ronald Acuna aside, the fact that he's like a historical MVP.
Go look at Matt Olson's number.
Oh yeah,
and he doesn't have a chance at winning the MVP.
Go look at the home run that Austin Riley hit yesterday, where
he had 38.
Well, but he just like flicked his bat at the ball and it's dead center. He just flicked his bat at it.
It was.
They have a ridiculous lineup. Ridiculous lineup.
And Albies, hell, he hit 33 home runs
this
year. The little dude, like that. Their team is crazy, but that game was amazing. Brian Anderson, he does college basketball too. He is the real deal.
Their center fielder Michael Harris won the Rookie of the Year last year. I mean, they're stacked.
That catch, he had 18 home runs.
Yeah, and he's the one with the catch that we're talking about that we just played the sound to.
Throw in and Riley with the throw over. Riley hit the home run in the 8th.
It's an absurd team
to give him the lead. And Alex Bregman looks at another pitch right down the middle as he strikes out.
See, now that's what we're talking about. Can we get less of that? Can we get less of that? Less of this dusty, musty nonsense, and more about like Alex Bregman just looking at strikes.
That's a fastball right down the middle.
Come on, man.
Dusty probably didn't get him a good prep for this game. You know, they didn't have a good scouting report on this pitcher.
No. He quit on him. He's looking at strike 3 right down the middle because he quit on Dusty. Get the hell out of here, man. Let's bring it.
We might be taking shots right now.
Okay.
Hey, I want y'all to
be
take
taking
some
shots right now. I was about to say, you just never know how aggressive. As Yordan Alvarez bangs out a double, they've got second and third with 1 out. They could just work around that 2-hole hitter.
Hey,
they got second and third.
Hey, and then rounding third, Gary Pettis and Jose Altuve together.
That's what I said.
That's a dangerous combination,
Gary
baby.
Gary Pettis. Only Bryce Harper is a worse base runner than Jose Altuve. Bryce Harper.
Are we sure?
Yes. Yes. Bryce gives it take. Bryce Harper ran through a complete stop sign the other day, and that was him. That was him in between second and third on that catch yesterday that got himself doubled up.
Yeah, but that ball was hit a million miles an hour. It looked like it was gone.
As we said,
Pettis ever put a stop sign up?
Yes, he put a stop sign on Tucker in that last game that people were wondering about. By the way, the Arizona Diamondbacks, they are a game away from putting away the Dodgers.
Yeah.
As the Dodgers, they lose again. They lose 4-2 in that game yesterday. Their starting pitching in the first innings have been awful. They load the bases right away with no outs. With Miller on the mound, and they struggled, and they're down 2-0. That don't look like the same Diamondbacks team that the Astros saw at the end of the season.
Right, and I know that the Dodgers can only dream of being as great as the Astros are. Can only dream of it. But they've been here before, too, and the Diamondbacks ain't, and they over there getting it.
And here we go.
Let's do it.
We got our first shot as Kyle Tucker comes through. Damn it. Kyle Tucker comes through. First shot right here.
Come on with it, baby.
Get on that twin ass early
and cheers to you, YouTube and Twitch and the stream. I'm glad I just want to mention, too, I'm glad I could provide that for y'all. Shout out to Odyssey National, too. But, yeah, we're going to take this shot, baby.
We got to pour another one up. Because Yordan Alvarez is at third base.
Crooked numbers, baby!
With 1 out. Oh, boy.
Let's go.
And the RBI leader we're going to be hammered. The RBI leader in baseball in the month of September is at the plate with runners on first and second. Jose Abreu is up, and they're getting a Sonny Gray early right now. All right, the Dodgers.
I might need my vape pen up in here, man.
The Dodgers are on the brink. We are really pushing the limits.
Are we?
The Dodgers are on the brink of elimination as they head to Phoenix.
Big
3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, we had Monday Night Football last night, and the Raiders. This was a game that was just not entertaining.
Not at all.
The Raiders, nothing about it says it. Jimmy G versus Jordan Love. The Raiders, they win 17-3.
Say it again. What was the quarterback matchup?
Jim G versus Jordan Love.
Pretty boy Jimmy G.
Yeah, and Devontae Adams, he doesn't look particularly eager to be out there playing as well. And they win though, so 17-13. The Raiders win against the Green Bay Packers, and hell. We're taking.
Oh my
God! It's a 3-run homer.
Let's go! Yes and no. Yes and no.
Let's go! God, we're gonna be wasted.
We love you, YouTube.
This is the first one. 3-run homer from Jose Abreu. Oh my God! Why did I think of this?
Oh, but why does Dusty have Abreu in the lineup today, guys? What is he doing?
It's all on Dusty.
What does Figgy say?
It's all on Dusty. What's Dusty doing?
It's all on Dusty.
Coming up,
Dusty's in over his head.
Me and Brandon have 2 more shots to take, and the Texans fans better buckle up for what they saw on Sunday. We'll keep you updated. Stay here. We got 2 more shots to take. This thing is going to get real interesting. How about it, Jose Abreu? He's officially a damn Astro.
Fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of beautiful hair, man, congratulations. All the studies show that that's one of the most attractive physical features a man can have. You want to know the least attractive? The most aging? Well, it's the opposite, right? It's
It is 4-0. Feeling good in a lot of ways. It is 4-0. If you are on YouTube, we saved the last shot. Tyler can attest. We have taken 2 of the 3 shots already.
Y'all are about to be slammed.
Yeah, we are. I've got a good sweat going right now. We have agreed, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can watch this personally. I came up with this this idea that we're going to take shots every time the Astros score. And they've scored 4 times, including a 3-run homer, which means we've got to get 3 of them in.
The guy is drunk. It's a good time for me to note that I have always been a proponent of the run rule in Major League Baseball.
Wow.
I am very much a proponent of the run rule in Major League Baseball. The one thing we don't need, like we're having a good time here, and it's 4-0 Astros. But the one thing we don't need from these Astros is them going for double-digit runs today.
No. Yeah, this is a rough one. Someone text in, don't back out now, Ronald. I'm not.
No, y'all see, we game.
Here's the third one,
we
YouTube
here.
And Twitch. Go ahead and find it. How can they find it?
Yeah, look.
Bottoms up.
Search Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, and then on Twitch, we are twitch.tv/610 Houston.
All right, yeah, and Christian Javier just got screwed over. Tyler's made money. Tyler bet on the Astros runs, which was at 3.5. I'm pouring up the next shot because I feel like the Astros are just getting started on Sonny Gray's ass.
Very likely they score another run.
Yeah.
Tyler, you had that stat. What was it? The first slider off of the first home run?
That home run Abreu just hit is the first time in 2023 all baseball season that someone hit a homer off Sonny Gray's slider.
I'm really nervous. We could get fired. And by the end of this at 6, we got to go to 6
Please
o'clock.
don't.
Tyler Brandon just said, come on, you had that stat. What was the slider?
What was the slider? What was the slider about the stat and the home runs and the slider? What was that? No, we not that drunk, guys.
Yeah, they're not. But the Twins are coming back here. They've got a double. They've got second and third with 1 out. Christian Javier got hosed on a strike 3 call, so they're trying to the Twins are trying to come back in this thing, and I like what Javier is doing, attacking the zone, but
hey, can I ask you something?
We'll see if he can get up out of this thing with just 1 run.
So right now though, are they winning in spite of this? Is that? I mean, he set the lineup.
You can't act like Dusty would have much impact on the very first inning.
Oh yeah,
that's just all the players.
Yeah, that's right.
I do love for the fact that people are still living in April, May, and believing that Jose Abreu still is playing the way he played then.
No.
Hey, I'm serious. I told you, Tyler, we were doing pre-show last week or something. I'm like, yo, have you taken a look at what Abreu slid his numbers to?
He moved them all up.
The batting average is stunk, but he somehow, like, when you look at, and I know you don't want to hear this, but when you look at him versus Hughley last year, like, he's doubled up. He's slid into 18 home runs and 90 runs RBI.
Don't trigger.
I'm not trying to trigger. I'm just saying.
Come on, man. You know how we feel about you.
First base, I'm just saying. Like, I cannot believe as Tyler's trying to make money on the strikeouts too. Tyler might really get in this thing. Tyler bet the over on the Astros runs, which was set at what, 3.5?
3.5 in the first.
So the Astros are up 4-0, and then he's bet the over on Javier strikeouts, which is set at what?
4.5.
4.5. He's got 2 right here. He should have struck out the second batter of the game.
Horrendous.
And
call.
here we go. Like right now, see, here we go. Carlos Correa is up right now with runners on second and third. Like, I would not get real aggressive.
Yeah. You got to be pitching out of the zone to Correa.
Mm-hmm. He didn't.
The one dude that you know will hurt you.
And by the way, hey, this boy's a little juiced up. He's throwing 96. I have not seen Christian Javier throw that hard all year. 96 on the fastball on the inside, which he took, and we know Correa knows him very, very well, which is it. He is bringing it. We'll keep you updated on that. All right, hey, Brandon and Tyler, as the listeners here are listening in, I did want to get to this with the Texans and watching that game on Sunday, And Brandon, I hope Texans fans are prepared for this because this is about to be what the Texans are going to be facing a lot this year. The game that they played against the Falcons, we're going to see that multiple times because they play a ton of games on their schedule in which they have teams that are like right around the same level of play that they're in.
Yep.
Right around like this. Like the Pittsburgh game got away from Pittsburgh. But the game like Atlanta, like they play the Colts twice or another time. They play the Jags again. They played the Titans twice.
Yep.
That's going to be similar. Like the Saints coming up, the Bucks. I hope people are prepared. They're going to play a lot of games like this. By the way, Christian Javier just blew away Carlos Correa and attacked his ass and struck him out on 4 pitches.
It's up.
That slider he just threw, wow. Second and third, he was not afraid. Maldonado punched his chest and was pumped about that. They got out of that inning, second and third, 1 out. Javier just struck out the side. He's got 3 strikeouts. Tyler's rolling in the money here in just a bit.
Hey, about as ideal of a start as you could ask for. 4 runs to start the game in the top of the first, and then Javier looking like the dude that I said he needed to look like.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
ideal.
Also, I am tipsy. But I just want to say,
I like how you slowed down and really enunciated.
But they're going to be, the Texans are going to be in a lot of games like this to where it's very tight. It's very tight. It's back and forth.
Yep.
They're going to be in a ton of games. So I'm telling you right now, Texans fans, be aware. Sunday, I think, is going to be like this.
Yeah.
A tight, contested game. They're going to be in a lot because their schedule is weird. They just play a lot of teams that are in the same vein of them. I think even the teams that I think they're better than. I think the Cardinals game will go very
scrappy.
like this. They're scrappy.
It's a scrappy squad.
The Jets, I think, will go very
good defense.
much like this. A good defense where they'll be in games just like this on Sunday. So get ready for this. Sunday is going to be what I think most of the games this season will be like.
Yeah, and I think this is just another way of saying something that I've kind of been looking at for a while now, and that's just that there's not too many teams on this schedule that scared me when it came to the Texans, and that was provided that in assuming that the Texans were going to take some kind of jump or some kind of leap that we expected. This was before we had actually seen it. But now that we have actually seen it, I feel even more strongly about that. Like, these teams that we're looking at, everybody that you just named, this NFC South gauntlet that they're supposed to be going through ain't quite a gauntlet at all. There's no team in there that really impresses you. But each and every one of them has a case for scrappy kind of team that could beat you. The only one that you would really be like super disappointed about losing to this last game, notwithstanding, considering that you could have won that game, is Carolina. Like, you look at them and you're like, hey, you know what?
They seem to be the worst team in football.
Yeah, you should be better than Carolina. Your quarterback right now looks better. Their defense doesn't even look as good as I probably thought it was going to be. Like, that's the one team where you're like, that should be a dub. But every one of these, it's a team that doesn't impress you, doesn't scare you, and makes you think, hey, the Texans at the very least should be in the thick of it if they're not doing the thing that they did to the Jaguars or the Steelers. But I see what you're saying. A dog fight in every game.
And we got to get to our guy, Brooks Cabina. He's coming up next. And I hope Brooks knows that he is, in the next segment, a part of this game. We're taking shots every time the Astros score a run, and Brooks Cabina does not know it. And I'm looking at his face as he hears it right now. But Brooks Cabina will be taking shots with us as well as soon as the Astros score runs. If you need a chaser, we got you covered. But
he said he'll have to catch up.
Yeah, well, no, he doesn't have to catch up.
No, we're not going to do you like that, Brooks. We're not going to do you like that, dog.
But Jeremy Pelvis Thrust Pena is up at the plate right now. Well, we're going to have to get it together. He's up at the plate right now.
Not too much alliteration when we're drinking, dog.
Yeah, you're right.
Pelvic thus.
Real quick, on that note, and we'll talk to Brooks about this, I think the thing that will help the Texans in these games is, and you said it before, they've got the quarterback advantage. It would appear right now, and you think Stroud will get better in these games, that they're going to be tight. They got a quarterback advantage over Zach. They got a quarterback advantage, I think, over Ryan Tannehill. They got a quarterback advantage over the scientist.
I was going to say Derek Carr.
Derek Carr potentially is. I don't know about Derek. But for the Cardinals, the scientist, what's my man's name?
Oh, Josh Dobbs.
Josh Dobbs. They've got the quarterback advantage over a lot of things, and here comes Pena with the base hit as well.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is just gonna go crazy. Brooks Cabina, man. Brooks Cabina.
Come on, Bruce. Come in here, Bruce.
I was just playing on that one. Brooks Cabina, our Texans insider, coming up next, and we'll get his thoughts on what's happening with the Texans. That's next. But before we get there, guys, I'm telling you. Hold on, can I get my Texas Star Grill read in here, guys? Let me talk about Texas Star Grill.
Guys.
They do
This is gonna go off the rails.
It's not. I'm just telling you right now. Texas Star Grill. They're All right, welcome back into the drive. Clint Stoerner's out. Brandon Scott is in for him.
Yes, sir.
From the text line, 713-572-4610. Ron's voice has already gone up a semitone. Ron,
The guy is drunk.
Ron may need a pinch hit. He may not make it to the ninth. If you've just joined us, and Tyler, he just struck out another. Tyler is one strikeout away from making amazing cash. Tyler bet the over on Astros runs, which was set at 3.5. They scored 4 and got me and Brandon drunk, or tipsy, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm not admitting guilt to anything.
In the fourth, and so he won that. And now Christian Javier has struck out every batter that he has gotten out. He's got 4 strikeouts. Good? Yes, he's got 4 strikeouts. And you're 1 strikeout away from cleaning up.
You're damn right.
So Tyler
then
is
all
doing
that's
that.
left is the money line.
Which means more drinks will be bought for us.
That's
after
right.
this
Our
show
guy
is over
Brooks
with.
Cabina is our Texans insider. You can catch his stuff at the Houston Chronicle. He has joined us, and he said, "I'll be damned," because I told Brooks he has to participate as long as he is on the air. And Brooks just said to hell with it and just took a shot anyway.
Yeah, I said I had to catch up, and y'all are limiting to my
Well,
one.
I'm not trying to. I don't want you. I'm not trying to.
man.
I respect that.
By the end of this segment, I have to, and you chose baseball thinking, hey, you know what, I'm going to be fine, and all of a sudden they're going to set a team record for runs in a game.
Nobody has hit a home run.
They're on a pace for 36 shots right now.
Nobody has hit a home. No one's hit a home run off of Sonny Gray's slider until Jose Abreu, of all people, just took him deep.
Brooks, I told him in the last segment, man, I've always been a proponent of the run rule in Major League Baseball. Never more so now.
I could use
like
really,
we could use a run rule.
Have you self-implemented your own run rule?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking up here, and Pena leads off. Did he do the pelvic thrust, by the way? I don't think he did. Pena leads off with a single.
He's got to retire.
They bunt him into scoring position with Altuve and Bregman coming up. And they both got out, and I've never been more happy for them two to get out.
Oh, damn.
I need an inning is what I need. And Tyler has just hit his over on the strikeouts.
You're gonna need your smoked meatloaf to give you some base.
Christian Javier has struck out 5. He struck out all 5 outs. He's struck out. All right, let's go to our Texans insider, Brooks Cabina. And Brooks, listen, I looked at this game, and we just talked about it in the last segment. I think the Texans are going to play a lot of games like they played Sunday, because I think they've got a lot of teams on their schedule that are very much in the same level and range of them, and I think they're going to have a lot of games like that. The surprise for me was, and why I think they may have an advantage, is I think C.J. Stroud is going to be the better quarterback on the field in a lot of these games, like Zach. Like Zach for the Jets, who's just his last name is just
Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson for the Jets.
First name Zach, last name Wilson.
I was going to say Morris, but I knew that was not
one more home run, and it'll be that guy that replaced Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, one more.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
I think Derek Carr is a question if he'll be as good as him. Ryan Tannehill. I think they've got games down the stretch that are going to be even games in which I think they may have the quarterback advantage. And the thing that shocked me was Desmond Ridder was so clearly the better quarterback in this game, and I think that may have been the difference in why they won that game.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote about it on the day of. It was problematic for the defense to give up a game-winning drive to Desmond Ridder, much less 2 go-ahead drives by Desmond Ridder. For their pass rush to not generate a single sack against an offensive line and offense that had given up 11 the previous 2 weeks, it's not good.
They didn't seem to get real close, right?
Yeah.
I mean, part of it, they wanted to pressure the pocket, put him into a situation where, okay, we take away the run game. They wanted to see if Desmond Ridder could beat them. Well, he did. So, they're going to have to get into this situation of getting into the pocket, getting into the backfield, getting those sacks up. They're in the bottom 7 in teams of generating pressure against the quarterback, and that's not the defensive line that people thought would happen whenever DeMeco Ryans arrived, not whenever they traded up to get Will Anderson.
Right.
Those things are a problem. I don't think Desmond Ridder was the better quarterback in the game.
You don't think so?
I mean, his stats show it, but I don't think that refers to who's the best quarterback.
I didn't say the best.
So,
I mean, in the game Sunday, Desmond Ridder
outplayed.
Well, you could say C.J. Stroud threw, game-winning touchdown and would have had it, and if they had stopped Desmond Ridder at the end, would that have said that he's the best out of that? I mean, we can get into semantics here.
And then Desmond Ridder got the ball again, right?
He did. Yeah, but what if C.J. got the last? He didn't lose. He just ran out of time.
Yeah.
See?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with Brooks on that. I thought both quarterbacks played just fine. I think the quarterbacks were a non-story beyond the fact that both of them were just fine and played well enough for you to win the game.
I thought CJ was a little off.
You know what? I will say he was off at times.
I thought CJ was a little off.
He had some balls behind guys.
That's the best Desmond Ridder we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Desmond Ridder was throwing not just like there were tight windows he was throwing into. He runs a touchdown in to start. He throws one and then drives them down easily down there.
We finally got to see Drake London in a situation where the ball's close enough to fight for.
Yes.
He got one over Steven Nelson.
That was a hell of a catch.
A hell of a catch, but it was a hell of a ball.
Yeah, no, it was.
It was there.
I mean, we can admit that. Like CJ's been really good. He got the best of Kenny Pickett. He's clearly better than Kenny Pickett.
I didn't think that Desmond was so great or that CJ was so bad that when watching it, you're like, oh, Desmond is better. Even if you could just concede that maybe Desmond had a better game, they won and all that.
Game.
But it wasn't like, oh, he's outplaying the other guy. I didn't feel like that.
CJ's better. I just think Sunday Desmond which kind of surprised me.
To your point, for the rest of the year, you just look into what C.J. Stroud's done with the eye test, with the statistics, with the deep metrics. He's been in the top 10 and the quarterbacks and what they're doing. You look at the next run of games, he's going to be the one that puts them in play to win. The problem, and we talked about this the last couple of weeks, is when the run game is so bad, that's not sustainable for a team to be in a point where they can eventually contest for the playoffs. So that's been part of the red zone issues. That's been part of the open field issues. They haven't been able to run the ball. I mean, we talked about offensive line the last couple of weeks, about injuries and who's replacing them, but DeMeco Ryans himself said the other day it's not all the offensive line.
Yeah.
It's not. Devin Singletary's done well in red zone situations. Dameon Pierce has not. Out of 14 attempts, he's had 1 yard, one of them being a touchdown. So it's been a big problem. And the Texans have realized that C.J. Stroud, which is the most important position in all of football, they're going to win some games with him, but sometimes the other team's going to get the best of them. So did they just score again?
They're about to. They'll score very soon. I feel like before you're out of this segment, they will score again.
I want my John McClain glass.
Jordan just let off with a double, so we're taking shots.
You can just have mine and then refill it up so I can drink one.
The Astros.
That's almost half full over there.
Oh, man. Here, come on, man. He's drinking it right
It's a little bit more than a shot, ain't it?
Brooks has the bottle.
Doesn't it feel like he's kind of heavy-handed over here?
Show the people the bottle.
I want you as my bartender.
Brooks got the bottle. He's ready to go.
Your camera's over here, Brooks.
Jordan Alvarez is up, and Kyle Tucker. I have never in my life not wanted Kyle Tucker to hit a 2-run homer more in my life.
Kyle.
I've never wanted.
Hey, y'all got a couple hours.
An
to cool
RBI
off.
double would work.
I'll take an RBI double.
I'll take an RBI double, but not a 2-run shot. Not in this moment. Okay, so you're hitting on it. The exact thing I was going to ask you about: the run game, the red zone issues. How do these things correlate? There. First of all, rank the reasons of why this team you feel like isn't able to run the ball, and how is that manifesting itself in the red zone, and this team struggles in that area?
Well, the interior offensive line is still an issue.
Yep.
It's not huge holes.
Even with Titus, right?
Even with Titus. So
he needs to go to the outside.
He is a right tackle. Even in the unofficial depth charts that the team is producing itself, he's a right tackle. You look on the roster, he's a tackle. If Josh Jones is back and healthy, he's a right tackle. So the difference is who's going to be available at left guard. So anyway, continuing to what you were asking, the interior offensive line, they're getting some holes available. And that's what DeMeco Ryans was talking about on Monday, is that there are lanes to have. They just need their running backs like Dameon Pierce, who is a tackle breaker, to break some tackles.
Yeah.
So the whole point of the zone runs is to give the running back space to make a decision and give them the opportunity to make people miss.
Right.
So it's supposed to be forgiving to offensive lines in some ways to allow to create more yards. And whenever Dameon Pierce, there are times in the red zone to begin the game, very first drive, 3rd and 1, has a little bit of hesitation. There's a bit of a hole on the right side, but he's trying to cut left, and all of a sudden he gets clobbered by the outside linebacker.
Is the scheme teaching him that, or is that just his instinct? I mean, I'm trying to figure that out. I can't tell.
It's a good question to ask.
Yeah.
We'll get a chance to talk to him and Bobby Slowick later this week.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the whole question about how they're approaching it. And Dameon Pierce, I talked to him earlier this year in the locker room, and he was talking about how this year, this might sound funny, how he was saying, he said, this might sound funny in his words, He's like thinking about situational football. He's like, I never even thought about the down marker before. I'm looking over the right and said, we need 3 yards. Okay, maybe I need to go and try and get 3 yards this time.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Last year, he wasn't doing that.
Right.
And he was running people over. So maybe I'd be curious to ask him, is he thinking too much?
Yeah.
Is he getting the ball and he's saying, okay, you know what? I need to do a little bit more here. I need to cut back left. Or would the old Dameon Pierce just say, to hell with it, I'm running through that hole and I'm gonna get my yard.
Right.
That might be the old Dameon Pierce that they want.
Yeah.
So I think that's list number 1 and 2 of the things that are wrong with the run game. 3, once those 1 and 2 are there, Bobby Slowick then has to come up with answers. So then we start seeing Tank Dell in the backfield trying to run the ball, and then you're suddenly blocking with Dameon Pierce in the slot. Well, that's not going to be a high percentage run either. So they then have to figure out how to creatively run the ball after that. And we've seen the last couple of years how offensive coordinators have tried to do that unsuccessfully. You start having Jeff Driscoll in the backfield. So 1, 2, and 3 right there, you're doing the most you can. So
I just want to see Dameon Pierce break tackles and drag defenders with him the way he used to. I just want to see that again. Well, however, it's got to be done.
I think listeners are with you.
Yeah. No, I am too.
Or else they'll be hoisting this Tito's with you.
And I want to see, I want to see win. I want to see as Abreu strikes out, they still have a runner on third with 2 outs. Here comes Superman.
That takes out the sacrifice flag.
Everybody's Superman. Yainer Diaz is coming up to the plate with Sonny Gray. Runner on third, a base hit will score him. I
struck him out in 3 pitches.
Going for Bob Ford's job, man.
I will punch Sonny Gray out if I swear to God if he throws a wild pitch. I'll punch Sonny Gray out. I will find Sonny Gray, and I will punch him out.
Maybe they don't come back to Houston.
Yeah, stop with the threats and take us to break, man.
I will fight him. All right, and Yainer Diaz is coming with swinging at every pitch that's thrown to him, which he has done. All right, Brooks Cabina, our Texans insider. Is joins us every Tuesday. He'll be back with us on Tuesday, and he will stay here until this inning ends, and he will drink a shot if they get a run in here.
I'm leaving relatively sober, I think.
Please. Yeah, he is. He took shots on his own. By the way, once again, Yainer Diaz swings at another pitch. Coming up, the drive question of the day. We're going to stick on that. Is Dameon Pierce the main reason for the Texans' run game struggles? Is Dameon Pierce the main reason? 713-572-4610. You can text in on that. We'll talk about that coming up next on The Drive.
Fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of beautiful hair, man, congratulations.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, welcome back into Drive. And it is Clint Stoerner's Football at 4, but Clint is out today. As our guy Brandon Scott is in.
Glad to do it, buddy. Glad to be here.
You're getting some hydration in there?
I am getting some hydration in there.
I'm glad.
As I'm good, man. I got some snacks in here. Brought some protein bars.
4 Tito shots to start an episode of The Drive is strong.
Wow. And that was in a quick span. I'm talking about, bam, we sit here, Alvarez hits a double to get Altuve to third, him to second. Tucker comes in right with a base knock, and then bam. Here comes Jose Abreu with a 3-run homer. The Astros lead 4-0 here in the third inning. Christian Javier has been pretty good. Is a pitch away from getting himself in some trouble. He's got 5 strikeouts right now. But the Astros are winning right now and playing well. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4, though. Brandon, I said this, the Drive question of the day, and we'll keep you updated. 2 on now with no outs.
Was that another strikeout?
No, that was a walk. 2 on with nobody out here, and they're at the top of the order here. They're 2 pitches. They're 2 batters or a batter away. 2 batters away, of Carlos Correa.
My bad, guys.
So we'll keep you updated on that. But my Drive question of the day, and I'm curious from you guys, and on the text line, 713-572-4610, and as I look at the text line and I look at our feed on YouTube, quite a few people have hung in here with us.
I want to see how damn drunk y'all about to
probably
get.
Because of that.
This is what we call radio rubbernecking.
This is
radio rubbernecking right here.
And I'm not gonna lie to you. Am I tipsy? Hello, yeah, straight up. All right, these nacho cheese protein chips ain't really done much, but
soak it up.
Here is the Drive question of the day.
Ron is more honest than I am. I'll tell you guys that.
And Tyler may post this. I know he will. Cheryl or Tyler, one of them. Cheryl. Is Dameon Pierce, because we just heard our guy Brooks Cabina, our Texans insider, talking about this. Is Dameon Pierce, in your mind, the main reason for the Texans' run game struggles? 713-572-4610. By the way, 5 o'clock hour, we are hooking somebody up with front row seat tickets to this Texans-Saints game. So make sure you're alert and listening right there and hear your cue to call in the 5 o'clock hour. But, as I said, the Drive question of the day. Is Dameon Pierce the main reason for the Texans' run game struggles? 713-572-4610. Brandon, do you think that is the case?
Tell me if this is an acceptable answer, and if it's not, I'll change it. But I just want you to hear me out. I don't know if he's the main reason, but he is the main thing that stands out. He is the main thing that stands out about their running game because I wrote about this on Cron.com just a couple of days ago. The issue for me in watching these games and watching Dameon Pierce is you can make whatever arguments you want about how they're run blocking. Say it's good, say it's bad, say it's so-so, whatever you want. But we've watched Dameon Pierce make something out of nothing before. Like we've seen him do that. Who remembers last year when Dameon Pierce would get hit either in the backfield or immediately at the line of scrimmage, didn't have no grass to work with, but he'd make a guy miss, he'd run over a dude, he would drag a defender.
He would turn 2-yard losses into 5-yard gains or more.
On the best of, on the most drastic, I guess, of terms. But yeah, like he would make something out of nothing, whereas now it feels like he doesn't do as much as that. Like I pointed out, last year around this time, he was among the league leaders in guys who got runs after the catch. Yards after contact is what I'm trying to say. Yards after contact, that means, hey, you're hit, but you're still getting something after that. He was among the league leaders in that last year, or something about like close to 3 yards per yards after contact. Now it's like 1.5 yards after contact. Everything that indicated like brute strength, physical run game, that type of thing, that characteristic about his game is just not quite there. Now, that's why I asked Brooks in the previous segment, is that about the scheme? Is that about his execution, how he's thinking too much, his approach, his instincts, maybe his vision's not there with the scheme? I don't know exactly what the answer is, but the biggest thing that stands out, because it's not like they were world beaters on the offensive line last year.
You would think the scheme was worse last year.
Right.
And the offensive line,
right.
well, I don't know if the offensive line has been worse. They've just had
I feel like it's negligible. I feel like it wasn't great last year. It ain't great this year. But
they had Tunzel and Howard.
I don't give a damn who they had.
Outside.
They were 27th in run blocking last year. They weren't good.
I know they were 27th, but I'm just saying they had those guys on the edges. In this game, they've had a makeshift of guys. Austin Deculus has gotten a start.
Yeah.
By the way, it was their best run performance there. I don't know what it is. I think Dameon Pierce.
It's noticeable for me.
And you know me, I'm a Dameon Pierce guy, and I thought he was going to be special this year potentially. And I think some of it is Dameon Pierce, but some of it is, you're right. We are seeing situations in which he has a lot of people, and I think Seth Payne mentioned it, and I knew exactly what play he's talking about, with George Fant just seemed to be confused on what happened on it. And by the way, Christian Javier gets out of it. He is through 3 scoreless with 6 strikeouts and giving up 1 hit.
Yeah.
So he is pitching well, but
on track.
But I know what he was talking about. George Fant just kind of opened up, and there was a 2-yard loss and everything. I think there are a couple of things, right? I think the offensive line continuity and guys playing in the right positions is a problem.
Right.
I think Dameon Pierce is not playing to the tune that he played last year in terms of hitting the holes. Reading and vision in the cutback, I thought his vision was great. I remember the preseason game against the Saints last year.
Right.
Man, that guy's got amazing vision that we can see. I don't think that's been at the best. And I also think, and I think this also carries to the offensive line as well, is because I think teams in Atlanta was really on it. And I'm interested to see what New Orleans does with their corners and Marshawn Lattimore and guys they've got over there.
Really good defense.
There was no fear of going down the field. And there was a clear thought of they're going to try to get everything out quick. They're going to try to get everything out quick. So that invites their safeties up further. There were a lot of guys with 20 numbers and low numbers and guys that were 215, 20 pounds that were up making tackles or around the line of scrimmage because there was no fear of them going deep, which I think helped them on the Dalton Schultz play. Yeah. Right? I think the safeties were driving up on his route. So I think there are a lot of things. I don't think Dameon, when I watch the games, and I know you said it stands out. When I watch the games, to me, what stands out, it looks like confusion and issues up front to where guys are getting beat and guys are in the hole right away, as opposed to Dameon Pierce. I think, as I said, I think Dameon Pierce has added to it. It's not like Dameon Pierce has done what he's needed to do and has that. I think he's had a part of it, but what jumps out to me more is, boy, man, he touches the ball, and there are guys right there a lot. Yeah. And I know what he did last year, but
we watched all these games together, though. Like, we've been through this process together. So you remember very clearly back when that would happen, if that would happen, make a guy miss. He run over a guy. He pull a guy with him. Like, that's to me has been the case at different times. Now, maybe it's worse now because the continuity is so off. The injuries have been so drastic. That's the part that stands out. But also, like you said in that Saints preseason game or last year at some point in the preseason game.
It would hit cutbacks and vision. It's not been the same.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you watch him now, do you still look at him and say, man, that guy's got vision? You don't feel that way.
Well, it hadn't been there.
So there's there are 2 things that stand out about Dameon Pierce to me. The vision doesn't quite seem to be there the way it used to be. And then the breaking tackles, the elusiveness, the ability to extend the play a little bit. Neither of those things seem to be there because you can do one without the other. You ain't got to have great vision to just run over a dude or to make a dude miss. You do have to have good vision to see the hole and to see where the blocks are being developed. He doesn't seem to be doing either one of those on a consistent basis right now.
Very fair. And I'll be honest too, and it is tough watching the Dolphins and then watching the Niners.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the running attack would be more creative.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
More creative. I thought it would be. Yeah.
Better?
Creative. Oh, God.
All of those things.
Dubon leads off with a hit.
Okay.
0-2 pitch.
I'm with that.
There we go. Dusty. Not you, dog. Not you, Dusty. Not you. That should have been Chaz.
Should have been McCormick in there,
Dusty.
man.
Not you, Dusty. But I thought it would be more creative. I watched the run games from those teams, and doing more things, right? It feels like their run game is a bit predictable. I think Brooks was pushing towards it, and I've seen a lot of people talk about that. That's the other part of it is, and maybe they're saving some things, and maybe we'll see things, and maybe it is Dameon Pierce they feel is not is the reason why they can't be more creative. I don't know what it is, but I expected that the scheme would just be better for Dameon Pierce, and would get him more yardage, and I haven't. It feels like the run game is predictable.
Does this not feel like a chicken or the egg type of thing though? Like maybe the run game is predictable. Maybe Dameon Pierce isn't seeing.
I don't know exactly
well.
what it is.
Maybe it's both though.
It might be. It could be.
It could be one or the other or both.
It probably is both. It probably is a little bit of both.
I feel like it's both.
Let me ask you this, and let me ask you this also, Tyler. When you watch their games, especially the Atlanta game, because the Pittsburgh game, like I was like, hey, they did really good at getting him outside. That seemed to be better, and that was the best. When you're watching the games, are you thinking, damn, they need Singletary out
I have not.
I'm serious. Like, are you?
I have
watching?
not said that yet.
No, you not.
I've seen a lot of that
because he didn't get any carries.
I've seen a lot of that. I've not thought that.
I haven't gotten to that point where I'm thinking like, hey, man, if Motor was out there and that is Singletary,
I haven't done that yet.
Like he is, like that's what they need.
I am able to have the Dameon Pierce criticism, and I told you I've written about this online. I am able to have the Dameon Pierce criticism and wonder, hey, what happened, without thinking, hey, Devin Singletary is better. But whatever blocking scheme that is that allowed George Fant and Shaq Mason, nobody to touch the guy that's coming in to tackle Dameon Pierce on that play, like you can talk about his vision all you want. Like, why is nobody touching a dude?
The defensive end.
They're running to the right side, but neither guy on the right side that's blocking touches the guy. I don't get that. I don't understand.
I've watched my son's Little League team. I'm not kidding you. Look and do some things like that. By the way, I want to give you wanted to do your little victory lap, didn't you? Because the whole game I was watching, I'm thinking, I wonder what he's thinking with Bijan Robinson.
Man, I'm telling you.
And Pierce in the game. Although Pierce did have more rushing yards.
He did. He had an overall better game.
But I was wondering what you were thinking.
But Bijan had to play that makes my case, didn't he?
The one
on that shovel pass, where he did that unnecessary behind the back juke. You're like, oh, he's just doing stuff just to style on people, just to show people how special he is. He ain't really have to do all that. But my point was, look, Dameon Pierce is a nice player.
We listen, on and off the air, Tyler, me and Brandon would go back and forth. We would do
I wish I could see some of the stuff that has been off the air.
We would do segments about Bijan Robinson and Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, man.
And I know Tyler's on my side on this because Tyler doesn't believe any running back. But, like, you're
and he's not going to go with the Longhorn either.
To me,
I feel that.
But to me, I never looked at and said that Dameon Pierce is more talented than Bijan Robinson.
I get you.
I just had the figure of, all right, what the Texans need. They desperately need a lot. What they need to take him in the top 10, ultimately where he went, or 12.
Right.
To me, I think they needed more. And I thought Dameon Pierce was a well above average running back.
And look,
he might be, but he's not shown to be this year.
And look, I respect all of that. And
I'll be honest with you, maybe I'm just bad at evaluating running backs.
Because you did have the David Johnson take.
All right, you let me say it.
It happened. We were all here for it. We saw it in real time. I remember this because you was new. They traded him, and Ron came in here. He was show at the time. He was like, I just want to see what the plan is.
I just want to see what – no, I didn't say it like that. I said I want to see what the plan was.
You did say you want to see what the plan was.
I will keep an eye on that, Ronnie.
Drew Doherty really respected me a lot. He said that to me the first time I did the show with him. He said, I really respect it. You wanted to see what the plan is. I did. I just wanted to see what the plan is.
Yikes,
and listen, and I saw – we only had limited – it was the COVID year. We had limited time to be able to see the players. I saw David Johnson. He looked good. He was catching the ball in the backfield. He was looking quick. Right. You remember the Chiefs game, the first game? He was looking quick. And then
he had an All-Pro year a few years ago. We're all old enough to remember it.
And then he just, as a football player, died. So maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't evaluate, but
I will say though, like my issue wasn't that Dameon Pierce is not good or not good enough. I just didn't think he was the caliber of player to use as a reason to not draft the caliber of player that I anticipated Bijan Robinson would be. And I know he didn't necessarily show that in the Texans game. He did show it on that one play.
He was a part of it. He was a part of it combined.
Bijan was more of the argument than it was Dameon Pierce. It was like, hey, don't let Dameon Pierce distract you from what this guy I think is going to be. And I think he is going to be one of those guys, Christian McCaffrey type.
As much as I want to see more out of Will Anderson, I still think that makes more sense.
No, I'm fine with it.
And Jalen Carter.
I'm totally fine with it.
Do you wish you had Jalen Carter? I mean, I like Will Anderson. He is really
I'm fine.
His leadership.
Relax, guys.
Jalen Carter.
Will Anderson's going to be a star. Can I say that? Will Anderson Jr., I know he's maybe underwhelmed a little bit at times. He's going to be a flat-out star.
All right, I want to pick that up on the other side. 713-572-4610. Do you think Will Anderson is going to be a star? A star, because I need you to define to me what a star is. And also, the Astros are leading 4-0. Let's see if they can get Sonny Gray up out of this game and get to that bullpen. That would help them in the series. But they're leading 4-0. And I want to pose the question outside of the Will Anderson thing. Does your Game 4 starter matter if the Astros win or lose this game? Does your Game 4 starter matter if the Astros win or lose this game? That's coming up next on The Drive.
I got to tell you about Twin Peaks, man, your ultimate sports lounge. Football season is here. We've talked about it, man. I think you got football 5 days a week nowadays. And look, I've told you about the cheeseburgers at Twin Peaks, money. The lunch combos at Twin Peaks, absolute money. A happy hour is off the charts. Tequila cocktails, extensive bourbon selection, top shelf spirits, 29-degree man-sized drafts. I've told you about all those things. How about beer and pizza? Tons of drafts served at 29 degrees and 4 choices of flatbread. The Italian, Hawaii 5-0, OG pepperoni, and a fan favorite, Hottie jalapeno popper. Ron's a big fan of the pizza over there at Twin Peaks. I've snaked a couple pieces. They're money. Swing through your local lodge. There's 5 around the city. They ain't hard to find. Get you a little beer and pizza, baby. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
The Texans fell to the Falcons 21-19, but C.J. Stroud sees the value in a tough loss.
I really believe in taking L's. I think you only take
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And another strikeout as Aldi is able to hold on to it, and Christian Javier is through 4 innings.
Oh, boy, dealing, baby.
The pitch count is way down. I think he was under 10 pitches in that inning. He's got 7 strikeouts, and he, like I said, 56, 57 pitches through 4. We talked about Brandon and Tyler. The most important things are the guys at the top, the guys we know that have been the reason why the Astros have been one of the best teams in baseball, if not the best team in baseball the last 6-7 years. Those guys stepping up. And then how do you get to Neris and Abreu? Well, thus far, they can't get Yordan Alvarez out in this series. He's got 2 doubles in this game that has led to hell and high water for the Twins and Sonny Gray. Altuve leads off the game with a base knock. Tucker, he drove in a run, the first run of the game. Then Abreu, who led the league in RBIs in September. He goes deep with the big shot, which caused me and Brandon to be extremely tipsy as we took 4 shots in around 5 minutes. He hits a 3-run homer. They are now leading 4-0. And then Javier, he is through 4 innings at this point, 7 strikeouts. And the thought is, can you get the 5th and the 6th? Because if you get the 5th and the 6th, then you hand it off to Hector Neris. And then Hector Neris is in the 7th. The thought would be then go ahead and move on. Brian Abreu in the 8th, and then Presley in the 9th. Or the Astros could get us drunker and score more runs. And
when you get a chance to party.
And make this an easier game. So we'll see. But it is going well for the Astros right now.
Hey, look, I know that the Astros offensively spotted Christian Javier 4 runs before he had to actually go out there. But I want to take this moment right now, right here in the in the 4:30 segment here, about an hour and some change after the game started. And we were talking about this an hour and some change before it started. My main concern came from Christian Javier. Like, that's where you ask, scale to 1 to 10, what's your level of concern? I put it at a 6. I would say 5 of that, at least 4 of that, stem from Christian Javier.
He's been up and down.
And not being exactly sure what Christian Javier I was going to get today. I want to concede right now. We got good Christian Javier.
Right now.
I mean, dude is dealing. I think even up to this point, where we are right now, 4-0 lead, what he's done so far, how many strikeouts? 7 strikeouts.
He's got 4 innings, 1 hit, 7 strikeouts, 2 walks.
Yeah, and so we're starting the top of the 5th, and I told y'all at the top, or at the beginning of the show, if he can get us through 4, it's great. How many pitches has he thrown? Like, he's gotten this far, gotten the Astros this far with this type of performance. I got to tip my cap. Dude's been a lot better than I feel like I could have depended on or expected from him.
58
He's been
pitches.
excellent.
58 pitches.
Oh yeah, he's gonna go at least through the 5th and probably through the 6th. I know I got somebody on YouTube saying he's gonna go 9. Slow down a little bit, but if he can go 6, 7. And it looks like he can based off of the pitch count and the performance. Tip of the cap to Christian Javier today.
And the thing is nasty. He is getting some of the top.
Oh, is that?
Oh hell. We got to take a shot.
Come on with it.
And Alex Bregman is
Come
going
on
deep.
with
Damn it, Alex. Damn you, Alex.
Come
Alex
on with it.
Bregman.
Nah.
Let's go.
Hey, look. Hey, we had a nice enough break, didn't we, Tyler?
Yeah, but y'all were due. Y'all needed a shot.
Yeah, we had a 4. No, we had a 4-inning break.
I'm happy for Alex.
This is
he
it.
needed
Let's
this.
go. Nah, he needed
Alex
this.
Bregman needed it.
We needed this to keep the party going.
You ain't
4-inning
kidding.
break.
That
I'm
is
with it.
big time right there. That man needed that more than anyone in the lineup right now. Alex Bregman going yard to left field if you're just tuning in. Astros are up 5-0, and Ron and Brandon are back on the shot train, baby. Let's go!
Now here comes the number 1 guy they can't get out in the series. Yordan Alvarez is up, and it is clear that this guy can go back-to-back in any second. He's been it, man. Yordan Alvarez, we've said, is the best hitter on the planet, and he has been in this series. Yordan's got 3 home runs and 2 doubles in 3 games in this series. I mean, outside of Lopez, nobody has been able to shut him down. And this adds and makes it even longer in terms of Christian Javier, the potential for him to go deeper in this. And there's another double.
God,
But Yordan Alvarez,
good.
he's got 3 doubles in this game as Yordan Alvarez is in scoring position.
Let's go.
And I'll be damned. Here comes Kyle
Is
Tucker.
that Kyle Tucker
3
next?
doubles. 3 doubles. All right. Everyone was, and I said this, and I don't like to. Everybody's talked about. Oh God, Dusty, play Yainer Diaz, who's got 2 strikeouts, and I swear on 6 pitches. In this game, I said 6 pitches in this game. I swear in 6 pitches. In
One
this
of
game.
those.
I said pitches.
Okay, I was like, what
I said
are you
pitches in
swearing
this
on?
game. I did in 6 pitches. Someone just texted on the text line, Breggy Bomb, drink again.
That's right.
We're on it. We've got a new one poured.
We're right on time, baby.
Because Kyle Tucker looks like he wants to get in on the action for his second RBI.
Look at that smile on Bregman's face.
Look
talking
at him,
to Tom
man.
Verducci.
This could absolutely unlock him, right? Because Altuve's going. Obviously, this dude. I mean, seriously, what do you do with Yordan Alvarez, man? He's got 3 home runs and 3 doubles.
I mean, the only thing you can do is start giving him the Barry Bonds.
He's literally hit the with nobody
He's on
on
that
base.
level, Tyler.
He's hit the doubles in the same spot every time.
That's efficiency right there.
No,
Consistency.
But Tyler's on to something. Like,
No,
it's
been done.
No. I hope they keep pitching to Yordan Alvarez. We were talking about this last year. Remember when we looking at the Yankees like, hey, man, why y'all pitching to that dude? Like, why are you throwing him changeups and he murders changeups? Well, fast forward to this year, he's the same guy.
Who cares to throw him, man?
Well, I'm talking about at the time. In the moment, he was like, he had like a ridiculous clip against changeups. And it was like a part of the scouting report. Don't throw that to this guy, and they did it anyway. But on top of that, like just period, to Tyler's point, it might be time to start giving him the Barry Bonds treatment where you only pitch him outside or inside, like deep inside, far outside.
I just want to
or
say
just walk the
it's
dude.
a 3-1 count. I feel like Kyle Tucker's about to send us to drinks.
It is time.
Like I feel like Kyle's. All right, they just walked him. Here comes Abreu again. I swear to God, if
Let's get another 3-run jack, baby.
Shut up, Tyler.
Let's go.
Shut up, man.
Part of me wishes they knew how much was riding on their
By
at-bats.
the way, they're not.
They have no idea how much is riding on their
By the
at-bats.
way,
Our sobriety is riding on their at-bats.
By the way, they are. I got to coach a football team after this of 9-year-olds.
No, dude, we're going out.
They've got a.
Let's go.
Sonny Gray's night has ended, by the way, or day has ended.
See ya.
He is out of here. 5 runs, 8 hits, and now runners on first and second. He just could not do anything with the top of that order.
Make me eat my words about the Sonny Gray, Christian Javier commentary.
Listen, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne put the hex on him, and maybe the hex is working. Right,
That's right.
Is right now. Pablo Lopez. The hope is they don't see him in this. All right, I want to get to this because I know you said something about Will Anderson right now. They're up 5-0 and rolling. Who's your game 4 starter? 713-572-4610. Who is your game 4 starter? And remember, you got a chance to win a pair of Texans tickets, front row seat tickets for the Saints and the Texans. So make sure you're listening. But who is your game 4 starter right now for the Houston Astros? We'll discuss that next.
It's QC Kinetics. And QC Kinetics, they are advanced regenerative medicine. And I'm here to tell you, man, it is absolutely
Alex Bregman able to lift one just over that left field wall. He's got the homer, and Houston's got the 5-0 lead in the 5th on Sonny Gray. 2 homers allowed by Sonny Gray today.
There it is. There it is, the big fella, Alex Bregman. He joins the party as the Astros. They lead 5-0. And I'm telling you, the big blow from Jose Abreu, as I said earlier, he has become a Houston Astros in a big game, the biggest game of the season. He has the big blow so far, the 3-run homer. He just had a 10-pitch at bat that landed with a fly out. And here comes Diaz. I swear before God, he has swung at every pitch thrown.
Oh, we needed him in the lineup, dude.
I'm not having
We needed him out there.
He is now he swung at every pitch that's thrown.
I told people it got better throughout the season, but that dude had horrible
He's
play
got the pitch
discipline early in the
selection
season.
of a child, of a 4-year-old.
Or Altuve.
No, but Altuve at least can hit bad pitches.
He can hit him, but he swung. Here he is, 0-2. Come on, hit it, son. No, he struck out for the 3rd time.
That was a strike.
Did you just call that man son?
I just wanted to touch it, man. He struck out 3 times. Son. That's 3 strikeouts today. Yainer Diaz. That don't mean to take him out. Like, hey, he's got another at bat.
But he is doing nothing for my case of putting him in the lineup.
He's.
I like how the Astros in every way have.
Let's see if Doobie
dispelled every theory that I had about them.
Let's see if Doobie can come up with a big hit, as me and Brandon have taken 5 shots. Oh hell! Oh God, Almighty. Okay. All right. Yeah, I thought.
Man.
Oh, no. Oh, God. He lost it in the sun for a second.
You can't be rooting against him scoring runs, dude.
I'm not rooting against him scoring runs. I'm just trying my sanity here a little bit here. I'm just trying to pull through here a bit. From the text line, somebody is dead on, and my man is actually on the YouTube feed. Dang, Sonny Gray needs that advanced hair restoration. And me and Tyler have been going back and forth. Sonny finally put that hat on his head.
Leave it.
And it needed to. It is. I don't know if it's just because of the sweat coming off his head, but it is. I don't know what it's like some wings in the back and then slowing down in the middle.
So wait. But does he need that advanced hair restoration, or does he need to come home?
I think he's in the pivotal moment of get that hair restoration and you can jump. But I think he's 6 months away from, yo, man, we know that ain't your hair. Like right now, if he wouldn't got that hair restoration, you could have been like, oh, Sonny just had a bad day. And it came in. Oof. He's in 6 months, that mid piece is going to come down further, and then it's going to be like
a nightmare.
Oh, yeah, he got his work done. Like that's why, like for me, LeBron should have done it a long time ago.
But if you're you're 6 months away from the conversation that you just said he's 6 months away from, it's time to come home. To my earlier question.
No, I think if you saw it, like
you should be preemptive.
We saw it in the worst.
Get ahead of the curve.
Now listen. George Springer,
Cecil's lead.
George Springer, former Houston Astro, he had his hat off the other day, and I said,
I missed this.
I put it in Tyler's ear. I said, Tyler, look at George Springer.
It ain't good, B.
And Tyler almost fell down completely out of what he was doing. George needs to come home.
I love Springer.
Sonny's got a few months.
Okay. Well, they're both aging. It's time. It might be time.
I just don't get guys trying the cul-de-sac look, man. I've never understood it.
No, get ahead of the cul-de-sac.
Here we go from the text line. Maybe you can blame Dusty for shaking Diaz's confidence.
Okay.
That's actually funny. I hope he's not serious. I hope that's a joke, right?
No, I bet Diaz is quitting on Dusty because he thinks he should have been in the lineup before now.
Although he did call his parents, who are in Houston, and tell them I'm starting tomorrow. Somebody said McCullers is reaching. He needs to come home. Is he? I didn't think Lance was in that space.
He's got the widow's peak. That's all.
Oh, he's got a widow's peak.
He could edge up the widow's peak if you want, but
he's got a luscious flow.
Yeah, he's got a head full of hair.
Yeah, no, his flow is strong.
Don't say luscious. All right. The Astros are up 5-0, and they have made it through 5 or 4? Through 4, and I think Christian Javier is coming out for the bottom of the 5th. All right, he's at 58 pitches, 7 strikeouts, 1 hit, 0 earned, and he's going to be facing the bottom portion of the lineup here. We'll see if he can get through. Dang, man, don't mess with me with that Prince up there, baby. I'm telling you, Prince, Minnesota right there, baby,
man.
Minneapolis.
That is a way to get us distracted.
Hey, that is a tour you should go see. I missed it. A lot of my family went and saw it, but I heard it was a great tour to go see if you're ever in Minneapolis, to go see that tour, to check that out. Is it
like at his house or something?
No, they have what's it, Paisley Park?
Paisley Park, which was his house at one point.
Which was his house. Paisley Park out there.
Yeah. Easily the best thing to come out of Minnesota, right?
Game blows.
Prince. Gotta be.
Prince.
Lizzo's
Lizzo's Houston and Minneapolis.
Yeah, she's got a little.
Detroit.
Yeah, she's got a little all day. Yeah, no, but Prince. I mean, she's not on.
She's not Prince.
No, not at all. Yeah, easily.
Probably not bad. Probably not good business to talk about Lizzo. She's in a tough spot.
Oh yeah. So let's just keep Prince and Kirby Puckett.
Kirby Puckett.
There we go.
All right, man. Kirby Puckett passed away after he got hit in that eye.
Yeah. Kevin Garnett. Let's stick it.
Anything is possible.
I don't know if Kevin is there. We'll see.
I'm just trying to keep it
Christian
safe.
Javier is set up for another strikeout. Who else is from Minneapolis?
Oh, like actually from there?
Who else is Minneapolis? Come on, Cheryl and Tyler, find out famous Minneapolis.
My guy Myron Metcalf from ESPN.
Dusty,
Best I can get.
Dusty's over here with peanuts, and he's eating peanuts on the side here in full gloves.
Did y'all say Judy Garland?
Is Judy Garland from Minneapolis?
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Son of a gun.
That's a good one.
Bob Dylan.
Oh, I knew that. Bob Dylan was from
Winona Ryder.
She's a slut.
Yeah, I love it.
That got away from me a little bit. It's the Tito's.
Tyler not drunk, by the way.
Yeah, he's
loving the sleep.
Drunk on life.
But Tyler is influenced by this. We'll see if Javier can get his 8th strikeout. All right. They're through 4 innings. They're in the 5th right now. They lead 5-0. Who is your game 4 starter? Who is your game 4 starter as Javier leads off, gets away from had an 0-2 count, and leads to a walk here? We'll see what happens here. Who's your game 4 starter?
Well, I think especially given the fact that you're not going to have to burn a starter today, it doesn't look like, because Javier been good enough and the runs were produced early enough in the game. I don't see how it could be anybody other than Urquidy. Like, I know we're having a discussion here on the radio, and we're going to have this topic here, but amongst them, it should just be Jose Urquidy. There shouldn't be a conversation.
Urquidy.
It's Jose Urquidy, period.
Jose Urquidy, because somebody texted, somebody on the YouTube feed said JP France. I saw 2 or 3 say JP France.
I like him out the bullpen.
Let me check the text line. People are just still talking about Diaz, but
JP France is the guy that I would go to if it had gone off the rails today with Javier. I would have gone to JP France. If it goes off the rails tomorrow with who I hope and wish will be Jose Urquidy, then go to JP France. But I'm saving him until it does go off the rails or you feel like you really need him. But to start the game, give me old reliable than Jose Urquidy.
Yeah,
Even if he does throw bad in practice here.
Does it matter if they win or lose? If they were to lose this game, is your mind different?
Yeah, if they lose this game, they got to go Justin Verlander. I feel like desperate times call for desperate measures.
It doesn't seem likely. I'm just saying, if they were to lose this game, are you with that, Tyler Verlander?
No,
I would have gone Urquidy.
No, I can't.
To save your season? You trust anybody to save your season more?
I mean,
it's a discussion, but to me, like, the season's on the line at that point. If they lose this game, you don't have time to theorize and dance around. You need your very best pitcher. Now, unless
you're saying Verlander for 4, and then hopefully you get to 5 with Framber.
Or exactly. And then if it goes off the rails with Verlander, then you have both Urquidy and JP France at your disposal. But to me, like, if the season's on the line, I don't want to put the ball in anybody else's hands other than somebody named Justin Verlander or Framber Valdez, his last outing notwithstanding. But no. If they lose this game, you've got to put the ball in the hands of your most reliable pitcher. What did you trade for him for in the beginning?
I just wonder what
why is he here?
Yeah, I wonder what you're getting on a 4 days rest.
Now, if you can tell me that you're not getting anything, or if he's bad, I don't have the data. But if there's data that says, hey, he's just flat out bad after 4 games rest, not that you're risking his health or risking his future off of 4 days rest, but hey, he just can't perform. He can't get it up off after 4 days rest. Okay, then we're having a different conversation. But if he can go, it's got to be Justin Verlander. That's what you traded for him
Ver's
for.
Gonna be Ver.
And He's just easily your most reliable guy.
Text line, I want Urquidy no matter what. Urquidy with France in the pen. Yeah,
Why wouldn't you want both of them in the pen, though?
Urquidy.
Like, yeah, it's not like you're going to pull Verlander out of the pen.
Most definitely.
You're saving him for, if you don't pitch him in 4, you're saving him for 5, I suppose. But, yeah, like, what are we saving him for? Yeah. Unless the conversation is he can't do it.
Yeah. I just wonder how – I do, and I think Tyler's probably saying the same thing as some people listening. I wonder how effective Verlander is on 4 days rest.
That's
like I'm saying, like I know what Verlander was in game 1, what his stat line ended up being, but Verlander was he was touch and go in them first 3 innings, to be honest with you, where it could have gone the other way. He was really, really saying, I'm not saying that he didn't have anything to do with it, but he made some big pitches to get double plays that he was helped out for.
Yeah, and he's old as hell. He's older than everybody on this show 40, right now.
And that's my thought is, especially the last time we saw Urquidy. And listen, I understand, like Urquidy, that's the thing. Urquidy and France are very hittable. They have very hittable pitches, right? Like they have the both of them. You can see, doesn't have a lot of strikeout stuff where they can get themselves in and out in trouble. Like we've watched Christian Javier have runners in this game on second and third with 1 out, but his strikeout ability is able to get him out. Those two. Urquidy doesn't have that, and France doesn't have that, and obviously JV does. I just wonder how good he is in terms of that 4 days rest. That's just my thought and concern about it.
Yeah, and if the logic and explanation is, hey, we don't think he's got the same stuff on 4 days rest as he might have on 5 days rest, then I can live with it. Let's go ahead and go with Urquidy. I think we're all comfortable with Urquidy, by the way. I don't think there's a disagreement or controversy there. But to me, season on the line, the whole reason why you get a Justin Verlander is so he can either solidify or save your season. So you got to put it in. You got to put the ball in his hand.
All right, big inning happening right now. We'll keep you updated on that. It's the Astros lead 5-0. We will update you on that and look at some moves happening in the NFL and where things sit across the baseball playoffs. We'll discuss all of that coming up next on The Drive.
Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell y'all about these cold Coors Light. Look, it's everybody knows. I mean, the cold Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer, the Silver Bullet, the one that's made to chill, the old Wolf Killer. It pairs so beautifully with live sports. Hell, we got football 5 days a week these days, so you might as well keep your fridge stocked with them cold Coors Light, with them
four-hole hitter, just struck out on a nasty, nasty pitch in the dirt from Christian Javier that Maldonado kept in front of him and tagged him out to get out of the inning. The bases were loaded, 1 out in the 5th inning. Dusty elected to keep him in rather than bringing in Phil Maton, who he had warming up. And they leave, guess who? Carlos Correa in the on-deck circle, and he is not able to impact this game. It may be – you think it's the last batter for Christian Javier?
It should be.
He's through 87 pitches, 88 pitches through 5, and with Correa coming up to see him another time, although Correa has not come close to touching him in this game. But a huge, huge moment there in the bottom of the 5th inning. Christian Javier, big-time start today as he has given you. You ask, what will he be? He has given the Astros everything they have needed. Christian Javier in this game has gone 5 innings thus far, 1 hit in the game, 9 strikeouts, had some traffic with 5 walks, but 1 hit, 9 strikeouts in this game. Christian Javier gave them exactly what they needed today.
Yeah, and I will say, I'm the one that said earlier on that the Twins had the pitching advantage in this one, in Sonny Gray over Christian Javier. That has proven to be 100% incorrect, and I couldn't be happier to be wrong about a thing. Shout out to Christian Javier for showing up. Shout out to that lineup for putting up 4 runs, getting us a little tipsy early on in the 1st inning, but also giving Christian Javier enough to work with, and then him doing his job on top of that. Like, this is an ideal scenario for the Astros today.
Yeah.
Ideal.
It is. It is huge right now. It'll be interesting to see what Phil. He's coming in with Phil, right? In the 6th?
Yeah, it looked like that was Phil.
Is that what you would do?
Warming.
You come in. You're done with. My thing is, Javier's at 88 pitches. I know maybe you're pushing the luck with.
He probably just gave everything he had there on those last 2 strikeouts. I mean, those were high pressure moments.
He still looks strong, though.
Well, no, but that velocity is dipping a little bit. It's not at 96 the way it was earlier.
It was at 95 on one of the fastballs.
But not consistently. Like, he's digging deep to find it. But no, I would leave well enough alone.
Yeah, you got what you needed.
Yeah,
you get Phil Maton through 6. He's just been so dominant over Correa in this game this far.
Maybe this 6. I would have a legit discussion with my pitching coaches and maybe even with Javier himself about how is he feeling. And an honest answer, too. Not just I want to be a gladiator, I want to be out there to be the hero, but how are you legitimately feeling right now going into this 6?
Let me tell you
what bottom 6.
Let me tell you what I would do. Right now it is 5-0 in the 6th. I would give him anybody on. I let him start it.
That's fair.
And anybody on, it's 5-0, right?
Okay.
Anybody on, then I would go to get Phil.
I'm good with it. I'd be good with it. I'd be good with it.
I will go to get Phil because it's not like I know what Tyler said. Maybe he gave anything he got. I don't know. I mean, he got squeezed a couple of times in that last inning, and he went and he seemed to be still strong in this. I can get the understanding of, hey man, let's just move on. Let's go. Let's go. Someone text in Dusty Maker. Did I say Maker?
You absolutely did. That's why I was smiling at you.
Damn, did I? Dusty Maker. Maker's Mart. Dusty Maker. He makes a great decision there as the Astros here in the 6th with Pena at the plate. But this has been a big game, Clint. Oh, that's the first time I've done this today. Brandon.
I don't look nothing like Clint. Silver shades darker.
Luckily for you, I wasn't looking
30 or 40 pounds lighter.
But what we talked about and what I said about this game, man, and before the game, the conversation to me should have been about, hey, what this game is about is your top guys coming to play.
Yeah.
What this game is about, to me, the most important player on the field for the Astros coming into it was Christian Javier.
Yep.
And he has shown to play his part with a huge performance. But next to that was your big-time players. And that is Altuve, that is Bregman, that is Alvarez, and that is Kyle Tucker. The MVP of this team, Kyle Tucker. And I would throw Abreu in when you talk about how much he makes and what he has done down the stretch, right?
And who he is.
Yes, and who he is and historically. I've said it before. Like some people have laughed at me. Go look at his numbers closer. He is going to get Hall of Fame conversation. when you look at what he has done, all right, in his career. And he came over, and now, this is a guy who's driven in 90 runs this year for the Astros. He is added into that. And those guys have been huge, straight up. Every single one of them.
Worth pointing out that the only guys on this team in this lineup today that don't have a hit are the catchers. Martin Maldonado doesn't surprise you at all, but also
he has a hit now.
Martin
Maldonado has a hit.
There it is.
Pena goes first to
As
third.
I was saying it, he didn't.
The only person in the lineup who doesn't have a hit
is Yanner Diaz.
And he's got 3 strikeouts.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, Jack,
Hope y'all are thirsty.
Oh, God. It's first and third with nobody out.
Get that Tito's ready, bud.
And that means Maldonado just hit, so that means
Are we poured up?
Yeah,
we're poured up.
That
YouTube,
means
Twitch.
Altuve is up. They may just put this thing away as Maldonado gets a huge hit. Jeremy Pena shot out of a cannon from first base and got to third by the time he got there. Pelvic thrust going. By the way, can we touch that real quick? Tyler texted, and we found out what was the reasoning he was doing the pelvic thrust down 5-0 at second base.
In so many words, he said that he chatted with a sick kid, and that was like a dance or something that he told the kid he would do.
Yeah. He said a month ago.
Made me feel like a real ass last night.
And I want to tell you right now, because there are other...
Wait. But you believe it? You believe it?
Yeah, I can't not believe it.
No, Jeremy.
I'm just asking.
That
I'm not saying you should or shouldn't.
No, I know.
If Jeremy Pena made that up, he is going to hell in gasoline draws.
He would be the slime ball
right
in the
now.
loop for every week.
Well, but our midday show on In the Loop, and I think it was John Lopez.
Side note, line out to Carlos Correa, 1 out, runners on first and third.
Lopez did seem to suggest that that was damage control, PR. Not quite the truth.
Well, my thing is, my man said a month ago. So you had all those games to make. Like, listen, Tyler, I don't think you should feel bad. I really don't, because, bro, you coming out like that is not just that you were not that they were down 5-0, but that's just an unusual celebration to begin with.
Yes, that was my thing.
That's the ravishing Rick Rude Like when you hear that, oh man, I had a kid doing that, gyrating your Johnsonville.
Yo,
like that is it. I'm doing it right now. That ravishing Rick. Oh, you Mississippi bloodhounds!
You can see this on the YouTube and Twitch streams, by the way.
Fat, dirty, ugly women. It's time for us to take shots because Alex Bregman has driven in his second run, ravishing Rick Rude. It is now 6-0. It's a shot. Damn it, Alex. This is amazing.
Hey, look, Alex with no sympathy. Obviously, he doesn't know what we're doing over here, but with no sympathy for our current situation, clearly. Let me go ahead and take this shot.
There's an ass whooping going down in Minnesota.
It's 6-0.
Minnesota.
Runners on first and second. And this son of a gun coming up to the plate, Yordan Alvarez, and they can't seem to get out.
Y'all ain't done yet.
To be fair,
with Alvarez and Tucker coming to the plate.
We did say that Alex needed to show up today.
Yeah,
we pointed that out.
He can calm his ass down. It's what he can't do.
That man is reaching new levels after that homer. Here comes the big man.
Is this right now 6-0? Is this changing your mindset even more with trying to get another inning?
Ooh, out of Javier?
Out of Javier. Is this changing your mindset?
No, the pitch count is still relatively low, right? Is it in the 80s?
It's the 80s, right? Like, yeah, I just want it. Can he get me through 6, right? Can he get me through 6? God, there's a game tomorrow. Now you're flirting with your head. Do you try to say, Hector, no, they need to go. They didn't pitch yesterday, so you want to make sure of it. But
I think I know.
Yordan Alvarez is up, and he's hit 3 straight doubles.
So Christian's at 87 pitches.
Oh, my God.
I would start him off with a clean inning.
It looked like he hit it down the line again.
You look like you're in pain.
I'm just not. I didn't want him to get it real quick. I thought Yordan might take a pitch for us. Damn, Yordan.
But look, how you feel about Tuck being up?
Not great. Not great.
Good for the Astros, not great for our sobriety.
There we go. All right, good God. If you
really
missed it,
great
if
for
you joined us, by the way, stay tuned in this hour. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Texans play the New Orleans Saints at NRG. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. You will be hooked up with a pair of tickets on the front row
in the bullpen coming up in this hour, so stay tuned. The Astros lead 6-0. We're taking shots every time they score. Kyle Tucker is up at the plate, and he is grounded out, thankfully, to second base as the Astros.
You can't say thankfully.
Like hell I can't.
That's BS.
The Astros are grounded out 6-0. 10 hits, 1 hit for the Astros.
5 o'clock fire.
Make that clear. The Astros have 10 hits. The Twins have 1. Just want to
make that clear.
Shut up. All right. This is interesting. The other side of the playoffs, as the Astros had a day off yesterday, the National League, the Braves had the Braves were dead. Like, that is the one team to me that if I'm an Astros fan that I fear.
Yeah.
And I don't even, you know what? Let me check that. Fear is not the right word. That I have real legit concern about. You go fear?
I think fear is appropriate. We laid it out earlier.
Yeah, I know. We didn't
Ozzy Albies, Ronald Acuna, the NL MVP more than likely, or not more than likely. He will be the NL
and
MVP.
The second place finisher.
Yeah, they got Matt Olson and Austin Riley. Yeah. I mean, I just named 4 right there.
Strider's a hell of a pitcher.
Yeah,
Max Fried isn't bad.
Michael Harris, center field, who made that big play, Rookie of the Year last year.
Their setup guy.
They're very good.
Yeah, they're very good. They're the only ones that concern.
They got 2 dangerous catchers, Sean Murphy and Dustin Verneau or Darno. Yeah.
Travis.
It's serious.
Darno. Yeah.
Travis. I was going Dustin.
Who hit the two-run homer yesterday to really get him back in the game. Listen, I wouldn't say fear. I don't think the Astros should fear anybody with what they have accomplished and what they have in their pedigree, but concern. Like, the Orioles don't really concern me. I think they can beat them, but not concern. The Rangers, the Astros are their boogeyman. And we'll see what they do tonight. They may be able to close that thing out after the Astros play in this game 3. And so but the Braves are the one. They were on the brink, man. They were down 4-0 in this game late in the 6th. And then Acuna Jr. gets on, and then Trey Turner has some weird error that gets them across the plate after Albies gets a base hit. It's 4-1. Darno, as you just spoke of, he hit a 2-run homer, and then Austin Riley gave them the lead in the 8th. And then the game ended in as exciting fashion as any kind of playoff game that I can remember. Here is Brian Anderson, Turner Sports, on TBS with the final call of the game between the Phillies and the Braves.
He deals a 2-2. Castellanos in the air to right center field. Harris is on the run. Harris at the track. He leaps, and he makes the catch. Harper might be doubled up. Throw, give way. The throw to first. It's over. It's over. Harper never tagged. He couldn't get back, and it's a double up to end game 2. Wow.
That's Brian Anderson, the best in the game for my account. Like, that
elite, for sure elite.
That was like, it seemed like it took forever for that play to
develop,
to be completed. Like, he blew through 2 cutoff men. He threw it past the first cutoff man. Albies couldn't handle it, and here it comes. Listen, I showed this to my son. This is why you always do your job and back up.
Yep.
And then Austin Riley is the last man. He's backing up. He throws it. The pitcher's behind first base. The catcher's behind. Everybody did their job except for Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper is in here pulling off. And by the way, if you're wondering, Hunter Brown has entered the game. Dusty is going to Hunter Brown to pitch the 6th. And Hunter Brown ain't playing. I kind of like this.
I will say this is the most comfortable I would be with Hunter Brown. This situation is the most comfortable I would be with bringing in Hunter Brown.
And this, by the way, is here. We'll just slide over that NL. The Braves, they win. Carlos Correa has grounded in for a base hit.
Great call and great moment. Just to wrap that up. Great call, great moment. Watching it live. Really, really good sports moment last night.
1-1. They head back to Philly in a series. The Dodgers, they're on the brink of elimination. They head to Phoenix as they are down 2-0 as they lose. They lose 11-2 in game 1. They lose 4-2 yesterday, and they're down 2-0. Look at it, they're showing it right now on TV that game where Bryce Harper just pulled basically Jose Altuve in terms of
you're ridiculous.
Jose Altuve.
That was not a base running error in any way. That ball was hit extremely hard.
That was
it had an go look at the numbers.
We're all over the place.
That
I know
ball,
it, Brandon.
That ball had an expected batting average of like 700 and something.
You can't.
That was an incredible play by Michael Harris.
You can't take.
An impossible play.
Brandon,
I don't give a damn what he said. He's lying.
He said, "I took a chance." He's not lying. He said,
he took a chance, obviously, yeah. But the chance that he took was reasonable based off of how hard the ball was hit and the expected play that was going to be made from it.
Brandon,
Michael Harris stepped up, made a hell of a play.
He made a hell of a play. And Bryce Harper, you can't be between second and third on the catch.
He should have been closer to first, fair enough. But to be running and to be ready to move off of that, he was not irrational based off of that.
No, it was
credit to Michael Harris on that play. Bryce Harper was trying to make a play.
You can't blow through two cutoff men and not get back. You can't be that far off.
No, them's the brakes. Them's the brakes. I would have done it. If I was Bryce, I'd have done the same thing.
I understand why he did it.
Them's the brakes.
I understand why he did it. But
you saw the hit, right? You saw how he hit that ball?
I saw it. And I saw Bryce just say to hell with it.
Did you think Michael Harris was going to make that play until he made it?
No, but
Thank you.
But no.
And so Bryce is in real time looking at it and thought the same damn thing.
That's me watching it from television.
And he saw from a better vantage point and thought the same damn thing.
No, he ran past the base and turned his back.
He was ready.
And then peeked back and said,
he was ready to sco.
I know he was.
SCO.
And he made a mistake.
He was ready to sco.
All right, coming up, your Texans Ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win a pair of tickets front row on the bullpen. At the bullpen coming up Sunday against the Saints. Your chance to win a pair of tickets. Stay tuned in the 5 o'clock hour. We will let you hear that. And listen, the Astros we'll keep you updated on, but I really, really need the Texans to stop the nonsense with something. They have got to stop the nonsense with something. We'll get to that. Before we do, hey, guys, it is football season, and
I keep seeing him set up Altuve. Thank God he's not come. As long as 44 and 30 aren't coming up, I believe they just went in the last inning. I think they got out. It is 6-1. Dusty Baker went with Hunter Brown to come into the sixth. He did give up a run, but he came up with a huge double play and a huge play by pelvis thrust Jeremy Pena, who made that play. As I said, by the way, Tyler, I don't think you need to feel bad about that. I really don't.
I feel like you're right, but, man, when I saw that last night, I was like, dang.
I know you did. I'll explain it real quick. Hey, guys, I'm not going to hold it back anymore. If you're listening right now, your chance to win a pair of tickets will happen in this segment. So call your friends, call your people. God, Jose Abreu's up. Jesus. Call your people, everybody. Let them know.
Dude hit a home run earlier.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're talking about these shots.
Give me another.
Yeah, I'm talking about them shots.
Yeah, but it would only be one.
And Maida seems like a guy that rips right into his thought process. All right. And by the way, Diaz is up. He is coming close to the golden sombrero, and I hope not. Hopefully he can get a hit in this game. But we're taking shots after every run scored by the Astros, and they've scored 6 thus far, and they're in the top of the 7th. But your chance to win a pair of tickets, front row seats at NRG for the Saints and the Texans. So stay tuned. As Abreu strikes out, thank God. As Abreu strikes out.
Stop.
Saying, man. I feel like
I mean, simple math here, though, Tyler.
Like
simple math.
Runs,
we told them at the top of the show
yes.
that we would be taking shots with every run. We're in the 7th inning now, and they've scored 6 runs. We've stayed true to our word. So do the math here.
I'm just saying.
We're working.
And someone just said, yeah, that's playoff Pena. Like Tyler sent a text last night. He felt really bad because you hated that, didn't you? Before knowing that Pena said that he was mad that he did that because of a young kid. And hey, he made contact. He grounds out to third here as Diaz. He's 0 for 4 right now.
Progress.
But you said that
still making me look dumb though.
That you were mad. I mean, hot.
Yeah, man, it was like read the room, dude. Yeah. We are playing an ALDS game. You have a goose egg, and you hit a double late in the game, and you're thrusting your hips on second base.
Hey, look,
I'm not even normally old man on the porch guy. I'm not normally that guy, but come on, dude. Like
kind of that guy sometimes.
Hey, Tyler, I love you to death, man, but look, to hell with the room. Read the room. I don't give a damn about the room. Set the goddamn room on fire. Excuse me. Set the damn room on fire.
Hit the button.
Well, it's
like I don't give a damn about
figurative room.
But look, this is what I'm saying though.
They're playing on a field.
I get. And this is where I delineate the celebration when you're down conversation. I don't necessarily believe in stunting on your opponent, talking crap to your opponent when you're down, but individual celebrations that don't include up your opponent, celebrating either by yourself or with your teammates or with your fans.
When appropriate.
No. I think it's always appropriate to celebrate. I don't give a damn if they down. Listen,
that was a little aggressive.
And that's what I'm saying.
That was a little aggressive.
The pelvic threat. I don't care if they're up or down, 27-0. Up or down, 27-0.
That's a flag in the NFL,
That pelvic
right?
thrust was weird, weird and strange. I don't care if you're up 27-0, down 27-0. I don't care what the score is.
I was frozen in my seat.
Me too. I was watching. I was like, does he normally do that?
That's
very weird.
Is that going to be the new base hit celebration?
It was weird enough independent of the score. Up or down. It was just weird, okay? Now, the explanation gives a little bit of credence to it. But look, if you're celebrating with your teammates, by yourself, or with the fans,
but he
I don't care.
Been celebrating.
I don't care
to celebrate.
Yes, it is.
He got 2 bags. There weren't any runs that scored that got them closer to their opponent.
Small dubs are dubs nonetheless.
No, it's not.
I would argue
maybe
even more.
He thought he was trying to get the team going.
I would argue, and that's what I'm saying. I would argue even more so when you're struggling like that, when you can't hit worth a damn, when you're embarrassing yourself out there in front of your home crowd, that's even more call for a celebration. You finally did something that's worth a damn.
You didn't, though, is my thing. You didn't do anything worth a damn. Get the 2 bags.
The score really
got a runner in scoring position.
And did he score?
That was next. That was supposed to be next. All he did was celebrate his own individual dub. They weren't worth it for the moment.
Celebrated doing nothing.
Now look, because this is what he did. No. Look, this is what he did before he did the pelvic thrust. First, he does the muscle sort of gesture. Then he does the pelvic thrust, and then he does the heart emoji.
He had three of them.
If he just does does the muscle thing, I'm fine with it because he's celebrating, but it's not weird. And yeah, celebrate your individual small incremental dubs.
Once you start to bring your Johnsonville into it, it's a
I ain't give a damn about the score.
I'm telling you, I don't care if it was a triple. You are down 5-0 in an ALDS game. What the hell are you celebrating?
Look, I'm fine with it. You're celebrating that you're starting the rally.
It was the celebration.
He was starting the rally.
But he didn't start a rally.
At the moment, he was starting a rally. He didn't start a rally ultimately, but in the moment, he was starting a rally. Who gives a damn what everybody else has to say about being down 5-0? Look, you're trying to get your own team amped. It ain't about what you and I think. It ain't about what everybody else think. It ain't even about propriety and what's appropriate.
But
to hell with all of that.
I want to say this.
What's weird is the pelvic thrust itself.
I want to say this. You
up or down?
You, Tyler, shouldn't feel bad about it. You have to. If you're going, whatever reason it is, pelvic thrust, ravishing Rick Rude, gyrating your midsection, like you're gonna have to let somebody know prior to you doing it,
or just do it the right opportunity.
You can't do it. Like maybe if he'd have said, "Yeah, man, by the way, that's an interesting celebration by that young man." But by the way, that 6 kid, like you just say, by the way, Brian Abreu, Dusty's not playing around. He's brought Brian Abreu here in 7th, which I love because it is who he is facing. He is facing the absolute top of the order. And he has brought his best guy before you get to Presley in the game to face the top of the order. So Brian Abreu is facing the top of the order, and he is pitching pretty well. I just want to say, I mean, they got to let you know. You got to let somebody know the pelvic thrust before.
Thank you. I feel better.
Can we do this?
Yeah, the pelvic, it was much.
I would like to.
No matter the score,
you got to let somebody know. You got to let somebody know. And Abreu just makes quick work on 3 pitches. And strikes out the leadoff hitter, Julian. And why, because of that, I feel good. Let's do it right now. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5. Caller number 5. Your chance to win a pair of front row seat tickets in the bullpen for the Saints and the Texans coming up on Sunday. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5. Tyler will take care of you as I see the phone lines have lit up. Caller number 5, your chance to win a pair of tickets as the Texans face the Saints. It should be a very entertaining ball game as the Saints come into town. I think a team on the same level of the Texans. Be a good game. Derek Carr is usually coming in, as well as the rest of that great defense from the New Orleans Saints. That's going to be an issue for the Texans and C.J. Stroud, so it should be a good game coming up. Your chance to win those tickets now.
I'm rooting for David Carr to play for his brother. That'd be even better.
That'd be nice.
That would be even better for the Texans.
He really brings it. That Dave Carr, doesn't he? He really brings it.
Could you imagine Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson's eyes? They get out there
Lighting
and say, "Wait a minute, that ain't Derek."
Could you imagine?
That's David.
You imagine David's eyes. David just seems like a fella that don't keep his eyes up. It looks like a guy that looks at the rush immediately.
Shell shocked as well. So I could imagine him not actually signing up for that.
So your chance to win those tickets right now. Tyler will take care of you as the Astros continue to lead 6-1 in the 7th. We'll keep you updated on that when we return. And coming up, I do want to get to this. All right, we've talked about the Astros. We'll keep you updated on that, but I want the Texans to please stop the madness. Stop the madness. Titus Howard is not a left guard.
Let them know.
Stop it. We'll discuss that next.
Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you about Ability Tree Experts. First and foremost, it's Houston's leading tree care professional. So if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, Lewis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts, they are the way to go. We've recently experienced some big-time storms, a crazy freeze, most recently a wild drought, long, dry drought.
Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Clint Stoerner out today. Brandon Scott has been in for him today. And we've had a lot of fun. Interesting show thus far. If you have just joined us, oh, God. Okay, if you just joined us, I'm sorry, any fly ball that
thought that was deep?
up. If you just joined us, the Astros, they're leading 6-1 in the top of the eighth. And we are taking shots every time the Astros score a run. That first inning was aggressive. 4 runs in the first, and Abreu hit that 3-run homer, and we had to bang out 3 shots pretty quickly there. And that was
put pressure on us, man.
Yeah, I had to go and grab a bunch of snacks for us to eat. Brooks Cabina, who joined us, he just started banging shots anyway. He said he wanted to catch up. Literally said to us, "Hey, hand me that bottle." Like, hey, calm down, Brooks. But no, it's been a good time.
Brooks was ready to celebrate too.
He was ready to go.
Brooks was ready to celebrate too.
Astros leading 6-1. The Twins have their game 1 starter in the game right now in the 8th inning. This will be an interesting thing to see what Dusty does. Dusty, with the top of the order coming up for the Twins in that 7th inning, he went with Brian Abreu, and he just mowed through all of them. 12 pitches, 2 strikeouts, and a ground out to first. The question now is, what do they do in the 8th? It is 6-1. Brian Abreu, do you run him back out there in 12 pitches and run the risk of not having him available tomorrow? Or do you go to another pitcher? We'll see what Dusty does there in the 8th inning, but this will be an interesting decision.
Can I tell you the chaos that I'm rooting for? And I don't want the Astros to lose. I don't want them to blow this game.
Where is this going?
But the chaos I'm rooting for.
Shut up.
Oh, crap.
Oh, God. Now a double from Maldi.
Oh, is that a double?
That's a single. That's a single from Maldi. Maldi, 2 hits.
Damn it. I thought that was a homer.
God, boy, you Dusty haters, boy.
And I was
you
just
got to be kicking yourself.
And look,
you shouldn't be, because Maldonado's not in there before he's hitting. Look at Chad.
First of all, I feel dumb for it. But also, I was going to say earlier when he was at bat, am I crazy for feeling glad that Martin Maldonado is at bat right now? Am I crazy for feeling glad? Because I didn't think he was.
Y'all need to man up in there, man. We want more runs.
I ain't think he was going to score no more runs, man. I didn't think he was going to produce nothing.
I was hoping that ball stayed down on the wall.
It
Please,
did.
God.
It did.
Oh,
but look,
Altuve's up.
Can I tell you the chaos?
He hit a home run off this guy the first time he faced him.
Hey, look, it's the 8th inning, right?
That's not a strike.
They've got a 5-run lead as of right now. It could extend before this inning is over with, before this half of the inning is over with.
Good God Almighty.
Am I crazy for saying, go ahead and just throw Rafael Montero out there, man? This is what you paid him for, to pitch the 8th inning.
In the 8th?
It's low leverage. It's not high leverage.
Oh, God. Okay.
Don't throw him out there, man. Got to burn him at some point.
Yeah,
I'm not serious, by the way. No, I will not feel good about that. But this would be the situation.
It's on the table.
When you're leading in the 8th?
He got an inning in the 6th from Hunter Brown. He stole an inning in the 6th from Hunter Brown and got there. Chris Santiago just rolling through. We're 6 shots in, Chris.
Let me ask all y'all this. You,
Thompson,
Ron, Tyler, and Chris Santiago, a.k.a. Klay Thompson. Look, man. What does Rafael Montero make $11.5 million a year for anyway?
It's right here.
I'm just saying, if he can't maintain a 5+ run lead, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
I ain't saying I want him, but it would make sense in this situation, and especially if you're talking about preserving the arms that you actually value in the games that matter.
You're right.
Which are coming up.
You're right.
I'm just saying.
I don't know what's going to happen.
I wouldn't love it. I wouldn't feel great about it. Wouldn't feel super comfortable. From the 832 on the text line, they say, hey, B. Scott, lay off the shots. I understand. This is not drunken
Oh,
me
stop
talking.
it. You know this is entertaining.
I'm just throwing it out there. Might you go to a lesser leverage / somebody who was actually paid to be higher leverage
I think there's a couple
guy
people
to pitch in this moment?
For me, there's a couple of people that jump in front of Rafael Montero.
You mean all of them?
Like Stanek.
Oh, hold on. You mean all of them?
Stanek and Maton.
So all of them. Okay.
At least those two.
All of them.
At least those two.
Literally anybody that pitches. I hear you. I'm not making a case for it. I'm just saying.
I want to say
I
this.
could understand.
Congratulations to Tanya. Tanya, who won a pair of tickets to see her Houston Texans play the New Orleans Saints at NRG.
That's what it's called.
I'm sorry, Alex Bregman.
Used to be Reliant.
Flirted with the ball down the line at NRG. Luckily for us, Maldonado's at first, so there's no doubles that's going to send him to the plate. But yeah, congratulations to Tanya. I do want to get to this with the Texans as we'll turn the page tomorrow to the Saints. Can we please stop the madness, guys? This deal of Titus Howard playing left guard. Can we stop this? Like, man, listen, he is, I would say, an elite right tackle. And he is at absolute best, and that is with your fingers crossed. Although, if we honestly look at what he's done at left guard, he has been below average. But at best, he is average.
Yeah. At best.
At best.
The key phrase, at best.
At best. Like, stop this thing, right? I don't want to hear. I've watched Michael Dieter play.
Yeah.
He is good enough, and you can protect him enough in that left guard spot to make yourself better. Someone texted in earlier, hey, Ron, how many sacks has George Fant given up? I don't know.
Sacks.
Okay? I don't
sacks
know.
Sacks is the word that he was
I'll
going for.
be honest with you. I don't know what I said.
Sacks is the word he was going for, y'all.
I thought I said sacks.
You just made him a hoe.
What did I say?
How much sex has he given up?
Sex? How many sacks has he given up?
That's how you started the show, too.
And I said,
hey, you meant sacks, y'all.
And I said to the person, I don't know. I know in the fumble for the Colts, his defensive end met the other defensive end in the backfield. I'm not sure if he got his hands on CJ or not, but I know he's giving up pressure. I know Calais Campbell was killing him with that inside move. They moved the defensive tackle out to beat him. I know that they cannot run certain plays that will take 7-step drops or longer play action things because they have to help George Fant.
Yeah.
I know they can't run as many receivers out on route because they have to help George Fant either on chips or just flat out having guys next to him. So for me, man, move him over. Seth Payne, listen, I know many of you think I don't know a damn thing of what I'm talking about. Seth Payne, what'd he say? What'd he say? He said whoever it is that plays left guard, the difference
the drop-off is not as drastic.
Come on, as
between
George
him
Fant.
as it is between George Fant and Titus Howard.
Let's
right
stop
tackle.
the madness.
You said that.
The silly, and we were talking about this because I'm thinking, well, who is it? Who is it that's going to move him back out to right tackle? Is it Josh Jones? Who is it that's going to move him out to right tackle? Or is he going to be the left guard all year long? Or are they going to try, and Clint brought this up, like, are they going to try some by matchup, by team? Like, hey, they face Jeffrey Simmons against the Titans, so he's going to be a guard. They face an outside pass rusher, so he's going to be a tackle. Like, leave little buddy out at right tackle. You paid him that much money not to play left guard and not to mess with him. Leave him out at right tackle. Stop the madness.
Who is it that's going to move him back out to right tackle? Damn it, I hope that it's Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans. I hope it don't have nothing to do with a matchup. I hope it doesn't have anything to do with availability and who's healthy. If you have a guard, a guy, and by a guard I mean a player on your team, on your roster, active roster, 53-man, practice squad, wherever it may be. If you have a man on your roster whose trade, whose actual profession is to play guard or some facsimile of interior offensive line, I need him to play guard that game and to put Titus Howard where he is strongest, where he is best, because it only makes sense. And it's like, I think Seth said this as well on their own show on Payne and Pendergast. I feel like it was on Monday morning when he said it, when I heard him say it. It's like they're taking Titus Howard's grade at right tackle and applying it to left guard.
Yeah.
As if just because he is a right tackle who can play left guard, that he's just as good or just as serviceable at left guard as he is at right tackle. When you could argue, you can make two arguments here. The drop off between Titus Howard and George Fant at left tackle is too drastic to make that move, and the drop off between Titus Howard himself at right tackle and left guard is too drastic to make that move. So give that role to somebody whose trade that is, and let Titus Howard cook where he cooks at.
Brandon, I'm not sure right now that like right now in this system and what they've done, that Michael Dieter is, or that Titus Howard is superior to Michael Dieter as a left guard. Specifically as a left guard, not as as a left guard. In terms of what they've done in this, what they've done this season, what he has played. Like Titus Howard has worked before the injury at right tackle. Yeah. Michael Dieter has predominantly played in the inside. I'm not sure that Titus is better.
I would agree with your point and take it a step further and say if you take the broader picture
and that's
view,
to take away the right tackle thing.
But I feel like you got to put it in because it's not like the guy is not a good right tackle. You paid him premium money to be a right tackle, right? So you have to factor that in. You take your point, which I agree with, as the first point, and then make the second point be, but he's also really good, at least pretty good at right tackle. And what are you doing? To me, it means no matter what, your left guard situation is going to be replacement level. Titus Howard himself, replacement level left guard. Really good right tackle, just a guy at left guard. Well, you got a bunch of those, or you got at least more than one of those.
Yeah.
Somebody on the YouTube chat just asked about Nick Brocker. They shouted out Nick Brocker's birthday last week. Yeah. Hey, man, let Nick Brocker play left guard, please, just to see how it goes. And look, and if it's terrible, I'll eat it. But Titus Howard, the drop-off that you're getting from not having him at right tackle plus having him at left guard, there not being a noticeable difference between him and whatever jag you got, just a guy that you got at left guard. Damn. What are we doing, guys?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
All right. Hey, I'm with you on that. Stop the madness. Put him at his position. You paid him that money to play him out there. Clint Stoerner, he'll be back tomorrow. We'll see as he played. Phil Maton went out in the 8th and just shut down the Twins right off the bat. Just struck out his last batter. Looking, they are through 8 now. The Ash lead 6-1, going to the top of the 9th. The Texans Players Show comes up behind us. Blake Cashman will join Indy Kalu.
Best linebacker on the team, by the way.
That's right. Yes, he looks like it right now. He will join Indy Kalu and the gang there as the Texans Players Show comes up behind us. Brandon, thank you so much. Great job today. Thanks to Brooks Cabina, our Texans insider, Seth Payne as well. Tyler, great job. The Astros tried to get us a little tipsy, and they succeeded.
Game ain't over yet.
We'll see. Oh, hell, it's over for me. All right, I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. I snorted. We love you, baby.
When the day that lies ahead of me.
And y'all crying around here like some scary-ass hoes because, whoa, Dusty.
Whoa.
Yeah, y'all are looking weak.
I'm not scared of Dusty. Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches. I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Y'all are coming in hot, and
we ain't acting like none of that.
I love it.
And the world's all right with me.
Something big is happening on Sports Radio 610.